Yeah, if I had asked you. You did?
Yes.
Oh, you said that. Okay, sorry, I just understood what you said.
No. I didn't say that first. I said she should have asked me. But she had previously asked that, and I said yes.
That up.
Sometimes.
We will call to order the November 13th, 2023 Board of Trustees regular meeting. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda, which includes the approval of the consent agenda?
I approve the adoption of the agenda with the following changes. Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I thought we answered all your questions last week.
I don't get to have other questions.
May,
I don't get to have other questions. This is not a question, this is a change.
Okay.
Are you ready?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. I am requesting that the items 3D, the action based upon approval of motion to reconsider the health advisory membership be moved to open session.
I second it.
I'm also requesting that items 6A and B be reversed, that the appointment of and approval of Audit and Finance Committee Chair be held before the appointment and approval of Audit and Finance Committee Board members.
All right, wait, just 7. Oh. You are requesting that the chair for audit and finance be approved before the 2 members that are on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Would we not have to have the members on it before we could vote for the chair?
We pick the chair and then we appoint the members. That's how we did it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said members plural. Now, okay.
Which,
So you, okay,
We appoint the chair first and then we
Then appoint the member.
members.
the member
Correct.
versus members, which
Correct.
is what is listed in the agenda.
yes.
Okay.
And my last change, I would need to ask Mr. Barori if he has the information before I request the last change.
Yes, ma'am. I have the construction information to go with that line item.
Thank you. Those are my changes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will have to ask, council if it would be appropriate to move 3D from executive to open since persons will be discussed. Mr. Johnson, I mean, I know it's later in the agenda for the open.
The law permits a discussion in executive session. The FOIA permits the discussion of an appointment to a public body to be had in executive session. The board obviously always has the discretion to have the discussion in open session should you desire to do so. but the law permits it to be done in executive session. Obviously, no decisions can be made in executive session, but the discussion can be had in executive session.
Ms. Roberson, would you be all right for us to have the discussion in executive and in open?
I see no need for the discussion to be an executive session because there's nothing that that warrants attorney-client privilege. All of the names have listed, all of the names have been in the news. So we can actually have this discussion in public. This is not personnel, it's a committee. As well as we are about to discuss the Citizen Oversight Committee in public. So one committee to another deserve the same respect.
It's with audit and finance. Mhm. So. Mr. Kelly, so that this is one motion to change the agenda, the 3D from executive to open and 6A and 6B to be reversed. And you've made that and Dr. Temple is seconded. So we're for discussion. Mr. Kelly, are you all right with moving 3D from executive to open?
I think we should stick to the agenda as written. I think both executive session and open session are warranted. Specifically, there are two juveniles also on the committee that I don't think it's appropriate to discuss specifically that in open session.
Okay. Would you be willing to separate 3D and 6A and 6B for consideration in a change to the agenda?
Let me first speak to Mr. Kelly. We are not discussing the juveniles. We are discussing positions. So we're not doing anything differently. Their names are listed and we're talking about the position. I will acquiesce so that we can move on, but the same discussion that we have in executive session, we're going to have that full discussion in open session.
Okay, so you are changing your request for the agenda for simply 6A and 6B to be reversed.
Correct.
Thank you. Any other comments, Mr.
I'm just
Grabowski?
curious, why are we discussing the members? Why aren't we just keeping them together as in follow-up to the chair? I'm just puzzled why we're voting on the members for audit and finance before voting on the chair,
We need a chair.
the
to have
chair
members.
position.
Don't we need a chair to have the members?
But I thought the way the policy set up when we looked at how we elected first when we went to elections, the first position elected was the chairman position. And then we went on to audit and finance.
No, we talking
With
about the chair of
the,
audit and
um,
finance.
Chairman of Audit and Finance.
Oh, I understand.
Right.
But I thought at that point, I thought it was up to the chair to make the recommendations
It
as
is.
to who would be on audit and finance. So I would have thought you would have elected first the chairman, and then the chairman would make.
That's what we're
That's what
asking to
we're
do.
saying.
So on the agenda, it's listed as we get the members first and then we get the chair. So we're just switching around 6A and 6B.
Got it. Understand. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they're leaving A in place. Are you?
You're right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Any other questions? So Ms. Bowles, are you clear on, is this clear enough that Mrs. Roberson is moving to adopt the agenda with the changes that 6A and 6B will be reversed? And Dr. Temple, are you voting online or by voice?
Um. Let me vote by voice right now. I will try to vote online. So
Okay.
yay.
Thank you.
Was there a second?
Yes, Dr. Temple seconded.
Okay, well, I have a question.
I'm sorry, we're voting. Can you ask your question after we vote?
So is the vote on the changes or is the vote on the agenda? Okay, I can ask my question after. Is it on both?
6A and 6B being reversed. And the
Yeah,
consent
I'll just
item,
ask
the
when it,
agenda,
and the
consent
consent
agenda.
agenda, I'll just ask when it gets to the item.
It's warm in here.
Do we have a time lapse? Do we have a time lapse?
Go to the system at Berkeley County House. It shows instantly.
Thank you, and the motion passes. Ms. Waters, do you have a question before we go to the next item?
No, I guess I was just confused. I thought,
Okay.
I thought that we were, okay. I thought we separated the two, not forwent the HAC one. So we're not gonna vote on on the HAC change?
We're going to discuss it in executive and open.
Okay, so that was
She
the
withdrew it,
acquiescence.
right.
Okay.
Is there a motion to convene executive session to consider items covered by attorney-client privilege?
I move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. Any discussion? Then we'll call for the vote. While the votes are being tallied, I want to say that we are thrilled that so many of you are here tonight. Public voice and public participation are vital to the governing process, as you realize. We recognize that many of you have gathered here tonight to address the board and to bear witness to the meeting of the board. As such, we ask that those of you in attendance refrain from using the boardroom as a public forum or for group activities while the board is in executive session. We would like the room to be a safe space for all, where members of the public feel comfortable visiting and participating in the business of the district. We greatly appreciate your support and we'll be back from executive session as soon as possible. Thank you for your patience. Vote come up. And the motion passes. All right. Is there a motion to reconvene in open session to conduct the regular business? Moved by Mr. Calhoun, second by Ms. Watley. Dr. Temple, will you voice vote?
Yay.
Thank you.
I have joined the meeting.
And the motion passes. Is there a motion to approve the Board of Trustees minutes for October the 23rd Board of Trustees meeting, October 27th special called meeting, and November the 6th Committee of the Whole meeting? Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Grabowski, second by Ms. Waters.
It's not coming up.
Dr. Temple,
Yay.
thank you.
Oh, here, it just came. Came 6 hours away.
And the motion passes. We will have a moment of silence, and then I will ask Ms. Bailey to lead us in Pledge of Allegiance. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Is there a nomination for board chair?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a nomination.
Yes, Mr. Grabowski.
I'd like to nominate Keith Grabowski for board chair.
Okay.
Board chair.
Are there any other nominations? Then we will call.
Nominate,
Oh,
I'm sorry,
Excuse me.
I nominate Courtney Waters.
Will you accept? Ms. Waters is nominated. Are there other nominations? Then we will call for the vote. For everyone's information, this is a motion that does not need a second, and each nomination is voted on in turn. So the first vote will be for Mr. Grabowski as chair. And the motion passes.
Moving on to item 5B, the election of board vice chair.
I nominate Leah Watley.
Are there any other nominations?
I nominate Darren Calhoun.
Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, we'll move on to the vote. The first vote will be for Leah Watley. And the motion passes. On to item 6.
6B. then
B.
reverse.
B. The appointment and approval of an Audit and Finance Committee Chair. As Chair, I would like to nominate Mr. Darren Calhoun as the Chair of the Audit and Finance Committee.
Is that something you actually have to vote on? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
It's his nomination.
It's my nomination, and I'd like to make a motion to approve the appointment of Darren Calhoun as the Chair of Audit and Finance. No.
Not for nominations.
And the motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 6A, as to the appointment of members on the committee, I would like to appoint as the additional member, Keith Grabowski, to join Mr. Calhoun on the committee. Are there any other nominations, or that's my motion? So I'd like to make a motion to approve Keith Grabowski as a member of the Audit and Finance Committee.
I would like to make a motion to nominate Darlene Roberson onto the committee as well.
Are there any other further requests?
I have a question. Is that two different motions?
Yes. So we vote on the motion for Keith Grabowski and then followed by motion for Ms. Robertson. I need a clarification on policy. It's my understanding that the chair has the ability to put more than one onto the policy, onto the committee. I don't think we're limited to having just 2 members.
He's on it. He's on it.
Are you asking for my opinion on that? Because the document seems to say at least 2 members.
At least,
So
that's
it
what I thought.
contemplates more than 2.
Thank you.
vote.
So we'll have the first vote on Keith Grabowski as being a member on the, oh, thank you. And the motion passes. The second motion will be to have Ms. Darlene Robertson on board the Audit and Finance Committee as a member. And the motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 7, special recognition. Ms. Huggins?
Thank you, Mr. Grabowski. Mrs. Denny, we're going to turn the special recognition over to you. Mr. Reidenbach, Mr. Reidenbach, thank you.
Chair Grabowski, Vice Chair Watley, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Huggins. Thank you all for having us here today. October 28th has been designated by Congress as National First Responders Day to honor the commitment and sacrifice of our nation's first responders. Every day, active law enforcement officers from 5 different police agencies work in our schools to protect and serve our students, staff, and visitors. These officers serve as school resource officers, members of CPD's school security response team, and other officers who keep an extra eye on schools and their areas of responsibility. These law enforcement officers patrol our campuses looking for vulnerabilities. They respond to requests for assistance, and they stand ready to confront any potential threats to our schools. Additionally, these officers work hard to establish positive relationships with our staff, our students, and our families, helping them to solve problems even when those concerns don't relate to the school. Officers mentor and counsel students with the goal of helping students succeed. These law enforcement officers are a vital part of the Charleston County School District's comprehensive school safety plan, and they work closely with the school district's security team 24 hours a day to keep our schools safe. I'm proud to recognize the SROs, SSRT members, supervisors, and command staff members present today to represent this incredible group of professionals. From the Charleston County Sheriff's Office, Captain Diane Turner and Sergeant Kathleen McLean. From the Charleston Police Department, SRO Tina Scales and SRO Emmanuel Robles. From the Mount Pleasant Police Department, Deputy Chief of Police Tyrone Simmons. From the North Charleston Police Department, Sergeant James Camp. And from the Sullivan Island Police Department, Officer Monty Anders. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, Acting Superintendent Huggins, and the rest of the CCSD family, thank you all for your service to our community.
Y'all can make this way for me, right here. This is bank. Oh, they're coming down. Okay. You gonna go there? Hold it a couple times. And one more. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 8A, public comments. I would like to state something, before we move on to the actual comments. And I appreciate everybody's presence here today. I'm humbled by becoming the new chair. But I want to ensure that our public comment sessions run smoothly and effectively. And before we continue, I would really like to outline some guidelines to ensure that everyone here has the opportunity to be heard within the allocated time within our policy. We have maximum 30 minutes to set aside for public comments, and due to the number of individuals signed up to speak, we had over 60 individuals sign up. 30 are guaranteed at least 1 minute to express their thought. Please be mindful of this time constraint so that the many voices can be heard within the time. This is going to be a long night. Furthermore, I'd like to emphasize that the comments should be focused on the matters that concern the community and the board as a whole. Personal and derogatory comments about any individual won't be tolerated. To help everyone manage their time effectively, we do have a timer, and it'll be set for each speaker. You'll hear the timer when it's allocated up. In consideration of your thoughts, you'll have an additional 15 seconds. And that's a courtesy. And then at that point, the timer's going to be turned, the microphone's going to be turned off. And then at that point, we really need to be, you need to be thinking when that timer goes off, you need to be wrapping up your thoughts. Because one thing as chairman, with the power vested in me and continue this, we need to move on. And if I need to, I will ask that you be removed from the presence if you continue to speak past the allocated time. So I would just ask everyone really to work for you. I understand that emotions may run high and opinions may differ, but I urge everyone to maintain respectful and constructive tone during their comments. I thank you for cooperation, and I look forward to a productive and respectful public comment session. With that being said, I would like to turn the public comment over to my esteemed colleague, Ms. Leah Watley.
Thank you, Mr. Grabowski. I too am honored by the nomination and appointment to being the board's vice chairman. And I appreciate everyone that's here. I truly do value public engagement. And with that said, I'm going to call multiple participants at one time so that we can kind of keep the flow going. And I'm going to start with Owen R. Pendosher, Elena B., James Gergen, Eric Hansen. And if you would, please state your name when you step up to the microphone. Thank you.
Owen Russell. My name is Owen, and I'm a member of DALO and a student at Academic Magnet. I'm here today to address the discriminatory and unjust actions of the CCSD school board. You say that everything you do is for the students. Your very motto is students are the heart of our work. And yet, here we are, CCSD students who have taken time out of our education to tell you that what you're doing is wrong. Dr. Laura Russell and Ms. Jennifer Gomez are two extremely savvy, smart, and talented librarians at my school. They're wonderful people who have devoted themselves to making sure there are books available to us that we should be reading. And they're two of many talented librarians whose decisions you are undermining. You are turning a blind eye to the outcry of the public that continues to tell you that it's not your job to decide what we can and we cannot read. If we truly are the heart of your work, listen to us. Librarians are doing their jobs. It's time for you to do yours.
Hi, I'm Pen. I use they, them, or he pronouns. I come here tonight frustrated and quite frankly exhausted. Tonight, the board will vote to remove me from the hack and replace me with the student body president from my school. They are using this student as a cover to remove me, despite the fact that there is still another student position that I could fill. This student body president they're replacing me with didn't even know that this committee existed a month ago until the board told him and other student body presidents to apply when they tried to dismantle the hack the first time. This is part of a disturbing pattern of this board making trans people in this district a target. But I'm not here tonight to convince the board of my or any other trans kids with humanity. I know that's a waste of effort. I'm here because I refuse to go out silently and that because I want to make sure that everyone in this district knows that I was removed for being trans, not whatever excuse the board will give you. I would also like to address the fact that tonight 11 people from my school are slated to request the board allow Lucy Beckham to begin fundraising for a new $3 million facility called the Beckham Barn. As a Beckham student, I'm embarrassed and truly sorry to every single person in this room who actually has something important to say. I urge these people from my school to not speak. It's not. Don't speak.
And I would ask the timer that please, I know it's a courtesy 15 seconds. So even though I think it's just the one beep would be enough. I think that'll be enough for everybody to understand it's up and then, understand, try to wrap it up in 15 seconds, please.
Mr. Grabowski, I would actually like to thank Penn for being respectful when the beep did go off. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Lena, and I'm part of DALO. I'm here to comment on book banning. After perusing the books that are under consideration of being banned and exploring the reasoning behind this, it has come to my attention that the book we're reading in school right now might just fit in. How, you may be wondering? It contains descriptions of racism, misogyny, sex, domestic violence, murder, and suicide. From my description and based on your book ban reasoning, this book should not be read and analyzed in school. Yet what if I were to tell you that this book is a classic, a literary treasure, written by a famous playwright? It is none other than Shakespeare's Othello. It is a valuable book to be studied in school, adding to the education of students. My grandmother was an English teacher and taught Othello over and over to many classes of high schoolers. This book is a classic and no one in their right mind would ever dream of banning it. And yet it fits right in with so many books that are currently in the process of being banned. It begs the question, are these really valid reasons to ban books?
James Gargan. You lose the trust of the public when you ignore your own rules. At the last board meeting, a board member sought to speak on a motion before any votes were cast, and the board chair denied her the right. In another instance, a board member had overtalked the chair to get her second opportunity to comment on a motion. Robert's rules of order are clear. The chair is to remain impartial in coordinating the discussion and only be partisan when acting as a member to comment or vote. The chair has a duty to protect each member's right of discussion. Each member may speak to the motion for a first term of 10 minutes. Each member also gets a second term of 10 minutes after everyone has had the first term. The parliamentarian was incorrect. The chair may not limit the time given to members for each of their terms. Only the body can limit debate, and that requires a 2/3 vote. Once the vote is called, the chair is to wait a reasonable period for members to request any remaining terms. Even once that period passes, the chair has a duty to grant a member their turn right after the first vote is cast. Please start following Robert's rules.
Now, I'm going to call up the next group. Eric Hansen, Shannon Dotley, excuse me, Adrian Lett, Reverend Pat Jones, Ronald Malcolm.
Good evening, board. My name is Eric Hansen. I'm the head wrestling coach at Lucy Beckham, one of the art teachers at Lucy Beckham. The story of Lucy Beckham's sports prowess is young and incredible at this point. I'm here to talk about, make the initial statements about the Beckham Barn. Number one, our goals for the Beckham Barn are to maximize the experience and the potential of every athlete at Beckham. With the appropriate facility addition, We can move forward in putting all athletes in a position to get the most out of their high school experience and beyond. The stakes are high as Beckham athletes are seeking possible opportunities past high school. Number two, the Beckham Barns to provide a community facility that will not only create an optimum experience for athletes, but all students. It will also provide a place for teachers, community members, and our constituents to maximize healthy opportunities to be the best versions of themselves in order to be the mentors and leaders for our students. And speaking on behalf of the wrestling program, for the past 3 years, we have flourished, but we have often struggled to find a place that we call our own. And students, in order to meet their maximum potential, whether it's in the classroom or on the playing field, have to be able to call a place that is their own. Thank you.
CCSD board, my name is Shannon Dowdy. I'm an English teacher and admin intern at Lucy Beckham High School. I'm also a PhD candidate through Capella University. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Barn at Beckham. The Barn is a unique place where all students will have a safe space to train, perform, and enhance their physical and mental selves. Many on the board may not realize how valuable a facility of this kind is for all students. Personally, the gym has always served as my church, my haven to release from all real responsibilities and focus on myself in a safe and accepting environment. Not all students feel safe walking into a public gym, nor can they afford it. Having a space within the confines of Beckham means that students can meet up, socialize, get stronger, and release the frustrations that being a student can cause. As an administrative intern, I've had the opportunity to help the Beckham leadership team design the barn. In the multitude of conversations, I learned the true mission, which means that the barn is for all students, staff, teachers to feel safe and comfortable and supported in a space designed explicitly for them. Thank you for considering this project.
Good evening, board members. My name is Reverend Patricia Jones, and I'm here on behalf of the Charleston Area Justice Ministry and all children under the care of this district. I am here because I am concerned about the behavior of our current school board, and I am certain that when we all voted last year to elect new members to this board, none of us expected to see the behavior and divisiveness that we have today. I implore you to please keep all children in mind when you decide to change policies that will affect them directly. We are living in the 21st century, and like it or not, our children matter. All of our children matter, and we are all responsible for ensuring that they are educated without hindrance. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adrienne Lett, and I would love to know why a board member is forwarding my emails to the local leader of Moms for Liberty. I sent an email on September 13th, which included screenshots from the private Moms for Liberty Facebook group. These screenshots showed that multiple board members had given Moms for Liberty members the impression that Dr. Gallion would not be with the district for very long. My email with the screenshots was sent a week before Terry Nichols filed her complaint and 2 weeks before the board placed Dr. Gallion on leave. I later emailed this board member, who should have been censured a few weeks ago, asking for an explanation as to why she forwarded my email. I did not receive a response, nor have I ever received a response to any emails I've ever written to her. Board members have no place forwarding emails from one constituent to another. At best, it's ethically questionable. Interestingly, this information came to me a day after 2 other board members claimed that they had no loyalty to Moms for Liberty. Clearly, this other board member has loyalties, because why else would she be forwarding my emails to the local leader of Moms for Liberty? I am submitting a FOIA request to find out if any of my recent emails have also been forwarded to Tara Wood, but because I am a normal person and not the leader of a special interest group, I have to wait about a month and a half to get that information instead of just 3 hours.
Stick to the issues, please.
That is an issue. Why is my email being forwarded?
Excuse me,
to other
but
constituents?
you're not supposed to call people by name.
Wasn't that just board members? Because people have been calling other people by name a lot of times.
This is your first warning.
What exactly was the issue? I would like clarification as to what the issue is, because I've been previously told that I can only not refer to board members by name. So is it anyone by name or just board members?
Let's let you stick to the issues, please. We are to move on. Your time is up. Please.
I'd like a response to my email.
Mr. Ronald, Malcolm.
Hi, I'm Ron Malcolm. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. This school board placed a superintendent on paid leave without providing an adequate justification. Y'all essentially ran him out of town on a rail. This board decimated the Health Advisory Committee without providing any explanation. So I have a question. Are you racist just because you made it impossible for a highly qualified Black superintendent to do his job? Not necessarily. Are you homophobic or transphobic just because you fired a thoughtful, dedicated, highly qualified Health Advisory Committee? Not necessarily. On the other hand, when there's a lack of transparency and it appears that there's an unspoken agenda, what are your constituents supposed to conclude? It's not too late to change course. Your constituents are watching. They will judge you by your actions. Thank you.
And next up, and I apologize if I mispronounce, I'm going to go with Charlotte Newkirk, Dylan R., Lisa Ross, Kendrick F.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Charlotte Newkirk, and I'm a junior at Lucy Beckham High School. I'm also a dual varsity athlete, and I play on both the volleyball and basketball teams. Please consider the construction of athletic and wellness facility, the barn, to be built on Lucy Beckham High School's campus. With Lucy Beckham likely moving to a Class 5A next year, our goal is to provide access for all students from future Olympians to Special Olympians to have the space to train with integrity and become involved in their fitness community. This facility will provide an impactful experience for many Bengals to utilize for years to come. The space is important for our school to complete. Currently, there are not enough places within the school for some season sports to practice and train. Coaches have to carefully plan to accommodate each sport while sacrificing time and practice. For example, the wrestling team has to leave campus to lift weights at crunch. With the lack of space and size of teams, availability is very limited, which then eats up time for my volleyball teammates and me to train. Our current space is simply not working for everyone. Since space is limited, the barn will give more availability for seasonal sports to support their athletes along with off-season sports teams. Furthermore, the barn will contribute to both mental and emotional training support. With the yoga or mindfulness training area, students can find a sense of calmness while simply resting, breathing, and relaxing. The impact of the barn will be widespread for future student populations. Please consider the building of this valuable facility for all Lucy Beckham High School students. Thank you.
Dylan Ryan. As a transgender member of this community, I've been appalled by not only the lack of queer representation, but also the direct action taken against queer youth. You may not like me. You may think this is just a trend. You might go to bed wishing your kids won't turn out like I have, but that doesn't make me go away. I'm still here. We are still here. The books you are removing from our libraries are taking away our representation. You say it's the sexual content of these books that's what motivates the removable. But what about the classics you encourage us to read? Books like Romeo and Juliet are filled with obvious sexual content, racist ideas, and some pretty gruesome murder. You say that we read these dated works to learn from them. Did you not see the hypocrisy? From the books you propose we ban, I have learned more in paragraphs than I've learned in years of state-mandated curriculum. From Mir running kites through Afghanistan, I learned to confront my fears. From George Johnson navigating his life as a gay Black man after sexual assault, I learned that things can get better. From Ziomara and her poems, I learned that my voice is a powerful thing. And if you don't understand my references, maybe you shouldn't be passing judgment on the books containing them. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Ross. By destroying the Health Advisory Committee, you seem determined to eliminate the high-quality, comprehensive sex ed currently being offered. However, this is what most parents want. Study after study shows South Carolina adults overwhelmingly want comprehensive sex ed. 80 to 90% say so in multiple surveys. Here in our school district, Cameron and colleagues recently surveyed almost 500 parents. They summarized their results with three major themes. One, comprehensive sex ed that's evidence-based and age-appropriate is a duty of the school district. Two, sex ed must dispel the myth that abstinence-only programs work. And I quote, some participants were frustrated by what they viewed as an encroachment of religion concerning the inclusion of sex ed in our school. 3, comprehensive sex ed should include a wide variety of topics, including gender identity and sexual orientation. In another study, researchers interviewed evangelical Christian parents who unanimously said they were opposed to abstinence-based sex ed. Quote, their opposition to abstinence-based sex ed aligns with a silent majority of evangelical Christians. Reinstate the HAC members who did not quit.
Hello, my name is Kendrick, and I'm a 10th grade student at School of the Arts. I address you today with a sense of urgency and frustration. Our intellectual freedom is not a privilege. It is a right that you, as our school board, should be protecting. The idea that libraries are filled with inappropriate content is not only baseless, but insulting. And the claim that we have porn in my library is just bananas. The books in my library are appropriate for my age and maturity level. I should have access to books and stories that deal with more real-world problems and more complex relationships. I totally get that my 9-year-old cousin should not have access to some of the books that are available to me, and she doesn't. We encounter explicit content and challenging ideas whenever we pick up our phones or log into a computer. Pretending otherwise just hinders our ability to learn how to navigate the digital landscape responsibly. Libraries are controlled environments where the materials are picked by trained professionals, my librarians for my age group. Instead of shielding us from the real world, allow us to equip ourselves with the information and critical thinking skills necessary to navigate it. Thank you.
Reverend Cynthia Smalls, Millie B., Allison Curtis, Nelson Rivers, and Corey Allen.
Thank you for the opportunity. Last week I was here.
Please state your name.
Reverend Cynthia Smalls, you
Thank
called
you.
me.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Please state your name before you.
Reverend Cynthia Elaine Smalls. Oh, is that good?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Last week I was here. One of the board members was referring to another board member. He said to her, let's stop delaying the issue. Let's pull the trigger. I was appalled. I was shocked. I was flabbergasted. Why? This time with the gun violence on the rise in the United States, we have some trustee sitting there talking about pulling the trigger. But that's okay. I thank you, sir. On my way home, I thought about it. Why not? Why are we delaying this issue? Why are we denying Michelle Simmons to be the chief academic officer? Why are we doing that? Why? She is qualified, overly qualified. She's already proven herself. Test scores have gone up. And you sit here and cannot make her the chief academic officer. She's a good woman sitting here time after time, listening and knowing how y'all feel about her. She's doing the work. She should have already had it with the last superintendent. She should have had that position. It's no way on this earth in 2023 that we are not doing what is right. Mr. Board Chair, I say to you, sir, please, sir, have a backbone. Do what is right for our children, our principals, our administrators. Do what's right for your constituents. I thank
Very
you.
much, Ms. Smalls.
I thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I want you to hear me. Thank
No,
you.
Ms. Smalls, your time's up. Please be respected. Thank you.
Thank you. And add Kelly's word. Let's pull
Ms.
the trigger.
Smalls, now you're going overboard.
The chief academic officer.
Once again, I would advise all speakers, you are not to attack a board member by name. You all should know that very well. Please stick to the issues that are before the board. Reverend.
I am the Reverend Nelson B. Rivers III. Many of you are just mean. You're hateful. You're defaming and picking on children again. Some of you have the nerve to call yourself in the name of the Lord. Some even say you're Christians, but you do not follow the teachings of Jesus the Christ. I challenge you to stop lying on the word of God. Stop using Jesus as a prop for your bigotry, your hatred, your evil conduct. I heard that some of you want people to read excerpts from books to justify banning some of the books because their content is too inclusive and not exclusive enough for you. Well, I recommend another book to you to add to your reading list that you want to ban. Clearly, some of you don't understand this book. You probably never read the book. The book makes no sense to you. The book is called the Bible. I challenge you to read the entire New Testament, starting with Matthew through Revelation. So it does not matter which translation you read. Let me tell you what it does not say. I challenge you to go home tonight and look through the whole New Testament and find one word that Jesus says against gay people, transgender, LGBTQ+. I can save you some time. There is none. I want you to know that Jesus did say some things about some groups of people. He hated hypocrites. He hated the oppressors. He hated those who discriminated. He detested the religious elite who now were so inconsistent and hypocritical that they would say things that mother folk could not do, but did them very selves. I say also to you, Jesus called them snakes, hypocrites, and vipers. Lest you think I'm making this up, read the Bible for yourself. I'm also tired of you referring to folk anonymously when you mean they're very specific. No, you're going to need a much bigger lectern, a much bigger stick than you got. Keep banging it all you want to, bang it until it comes on. I ain't done. When I'm done, I'll be done. I came to tell you need to change the way you treat our children. That's right. Change the way you treat our children. 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 Change it all you want. Do it all you want. I ain't scared. I do not care what you do. You're emphasizing why we don't trust you, why we don't want to be with you.
Thank you very much.
That's right. Call them all you want. Call them all you want. Call them all you want.
Yes, verbal.
Call them all you want.
No.
Call them all you want.
No. Yay.
Call them all you want.
Passes. Can you please remove Reverend Rivers?
Call him.
Sorry, Dr. Tamble, please.
Still unanimous. I mean, I'm sorry,
Yes.
still majority.
Majority.
Where is she?
Carol, Ms. Temple, can you hear us?
Yes.
Abstain. The motion passes. The board is in recess. Security, I would
Yeah,
ask you
please
that-
go recess, yeah.
Reverend Rivers.
I ain't moving, so you might as well call the police.
The board will be in recess for 5 minutes.
That's a real good thing.
Vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Hey, Darlene, are you awake?
I would ask everybody please to be quiet. This is the first warning. Second warning will be that we will just reconvene into the conference room if we cannot have order. I'd like to make a motion to recess. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Hey.
Aye.
Nay.
Miss Trudy, before we vote, I want to go on record and say that I'm opposed to having this meeting in closed session.
I want to go on record as well.
Since this is open for debate before we go to vote.
And I have a question. So if we reconvene in the back, do we negate the policy for public comments?
No, I would like to move on with public comment, but I would like everybody to assume
Now,
that
can we
they see it.
stay?
There's
Okay,
a motion on the floor.
then I'd
I
like,
definitely prefer the singing to fighting, though. Just gonna say.
But you're at Millie B. To call back up.
anyway,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, so we can move on to public comment. I would like to remove my motion and move on to public comment. It's back to Ms. Please move back.
Can we move on, please? Okay, we'd like to continue with the meeting. The alternative is the police have already been involved in all of that, so we'd like to move on with the meeting. I can't hear everybody. I would like to go back to the public comments so that we can hear one person at a time. Yes, ma'am. Hold on, let me hear her. Yes, ma'am.
Now, right, wrong and wrong. Y'all board chair just had Reverend Nelson. Well, he's coming back if it's okay with you, to sit in the meeting. Can he come back and sit down in the meeting? Because what has happened over here, she got out to fight. And
Hey, all right, one person at a time. One person at a time. Gallery, please.
I have the floor.
Ma'am, please don't address them. Let me do that, okay? I want to hear her, please, everybody. Everybody's tense. Let's just dial it down a little bit.
Recording in progress.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
My thing is, let's do the right things. If you put one out, put the other. I agree. That's all I'm saying.
If I may, I'm not supposed to go back and forth with you, but I agree that let's talk this out as a community.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may, one difference, correct me if I'm wrong, because I could not see what was going on back there and the chairman was not here. But did she sit down when I asked her to? How many times? Hold on. Please let the two of us work through this, okay? So how many times
Leah,
did I have to
Leah,
ask?
I agree with this. I'm the chairman. I'm responsible for the decorum of this meeting.
You know one thing?
I made the call, ma'am, Reverend, please. You're not on the agenda. Please, if we're going to move on with public comment, that's one thing. But if I'm going to have to, step in, I would like to move on with public comment. You've already had your chance to speak. So I would like the next person to move on. If we can't,
We all have lives. Everybody would like to go home. This is not decorum.
But I understand, and I thank her for doing that. Because if you read the parliamentarians, she had the chair, the floor. So she gave me that. And I thank you so much. But all I'm saying, let's be peaceful. That's all I want, peace.
Ma'am, may
Justice,
I
liberty for
interject
all.
here with my fellow board member? What she's saying is while you were out of the room,
Right.
there was a pretty intense moment, altercation, good word, that took place that I had to step in and intervene and call security to sit everybody down. I couldn't clearly see what was going on. I could just hear it. And I looked up and I saw a big crowd. So what she is saying is that if Mr. Rivers is removed, then the other person should be removed, or allow Mr. Rivers to come back and sit down through the rest of the meeting, as long as we can maintain decorum.
Right.
Is that
Thank-
acceptable to you?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
Look, all we're trying to do is get through tonight, please.
All right, Mr. Grabowski, I'll take it from here. Thank you. So we were waiting for Millie B. And then we had Allison Curtis, Corey Allen, Adria Elliott. Michael, please forgive me if I mispronounce your last name, Favero. And please state your name before you begin.
My name is Millie Bennett. Do I begin now or do I wait for the time?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this meeting. Last year, I was the president of the original DALO at Beaufort High School. I'm now a freshman at the College of Charleston. Almost exactly a year ago, 97 books were banned in Beaufort County schools, making it the largest act of book censorship in our state so far. High school student leaders from the 3 DALO chapters in my community came together to advocate for the return of those books, wrongfully taken from our library shelves and our fellow students, and to advocate for all the stories of a handful of extremists wanted to take away from us. 86 of the 97 have now been returned to student access, with more yet to follow. And so, a year later, I'm now here to ask that the school board does not silence these stories, these voices, these people. I was once that gay kid without a story, without a connection to herself and her community. I am not sexually explicit. And books were how I first connected to an integral part of myself. I ask the board to consider this when you think about banning books from school shelves, because there are other kids like me, other kids who need and deserve these stories. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Allison Curtis, and I'm a junior at Lucy Beckham High School, and I'm here to address the proposed athletic facility, the barn. I've been a defensive specialist with the Lucy Beckham volleyball program for 3 years. And as a defensive specialist, every touch and rep I get on the ball at practice is important. It builds muscle memory, allowing me to perform better and, most importantly, safer during my games. This is why it's important to have full-length practices. This barn would mean that our teams could have a time and space to lift weights as well as stretch, in addition to having a full practice, instead of our lifts cutting into our practice time as it has in the past years. This barn would provide a surplus of time and space available for athletes and teams to lift, stretch, etc. As of now, when a team wants to be in the weight room, they are given a specific time slot. This is a problem because some higher level student athletes who are enrolled in vigorous classes involved with multiple extracurriculars or have jobs, it is difficult for them to make it to the school for that specific time slot. With the barn, there could be a variety of times that an athlete or team could use, making it more accessible and providing more opportunities for student athletes to excel. Thank you.
I'm Corey Allen. There's a lot of fallacious claims and false equivalencies being made here tonight. The extremists who flooded these rooms for weeks and months, arguing tooth and nail in favor of pederasty in the classrooms and tax-funded school libraries, are good at a few things. They're good at misrepresenting the truth, good at redefining universally understood terms and words, good at shouting down their opposition and attempting to use heckler's vetoes like we just saw when it suits them. But they aren't good at honest dialogue. They aren't great at defending the specifics of the books we're talking about when confronted with those specifics. Here's a myth. The books being challenged stem from some sort of magical hidden dog whistle or silent conspiracy of homophobia. But the fact is, the majority of the books that have been challenged are written by straight people and have zero LGBTQ themes. So there's a fact. I know we like to misrepresent things here. But that's what happens when false rhetoric and leftist propaganda takes over the truth, isn't it? If you want to continue allowing the facts of the argument against allowing literal porn in schools in your district, by all means, knock yourself out, but expect us to read those books right here in front of you every single meeting, word for word.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Adria Elliott, and I'm the head women's volleyball coach for Lucy Beckham, as well as a parent of 3 students who participated in various sports for Lucy Beckham. 2 out of the 3 of my children sustained overuse injuries that had them sidelined for a considerable amount of time. Both of the injuries could have been prevented. I'm here today to talk about the barn. While we are extremely grateful for the beautiful new building and athletic facilities, we are struggling to meet the needs of all the student athletes. Volleyball is continually ranked among one of the top sports for overuse injuries in the shoulders, knees, and back. It is essential that these student athletes receive the proper amount of strength and conditioning, as well as flexibility to increase power, endurance, and agility, but most of all, to stay healthy. A varied workout routine greatly helps prevent overuse injuries in all sports and helps maintain better mental health for these athletes. Unfortunately, with the lack of space and availability of the current weight room, we are not able to provide this. The equipment and space needed to do a workout that is engineered towards volleyball requires space, and right now we can't even fit the varsity team in there. The barn can fill the needs of all sports. A larger facility more suited for the number of athletes in our program would greatly benefit the school. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Michael Favero, and I'm a junior at Lucy Beckham, and I'm a captain on the varsity wrestling team, and I'm here on behalf of the barn. I just want to preface by saying how proud I am to be a Lucy Beckham Bengal, and how welcoming they've been during my first few years here. While this facility will support all athletes and students, I'm here to represent the Beckham wrestling team. Athletic directors and admins have been extremely supportive of our progress as a wrestling team. However, the Beckham barn would help us continue that greatly. Currently, we practice in the cafeteria, and before and after practice, we spend about 45 minutes each day combined moving furniture and rolling out mats. We also are forced to lift at a local gym, which is expensive, and there's a great amount of time transporting there. This also help the Beckham barn would also help us get extra help we need, as currently we are unable to get extra help after practice or beforehand from coaches. Having a home, as my coach spoke to earlier, in a wrestling room would help us succeed greatly as a team and as a school. Thank you.
Gabby P., Chalmers Ballard, Lee Walker, Jamel Smith, Ben Anderson.
I'm Gabby, and I'm a member of Academic Magnet High School's Day Low Club. I'm choosing to believe your reasons for banning certain books are because you genuinely think this is in our best interest. I'm 16 years old. I don't pretend I know everything, and I realize the world has much to teach me. But what I do know is that trying to restrict my access to differing philosophies, ideas, and perspective will not aid in my intellectual, academic, or cultural development. It will not make me a worldly, well-rounded person. Instead, it will stifle my growth and promote a more closed-minded, less accepting worldview. I ask that you trust me to be able to think for myself and make smart decisions. Ask yourself this: does it make sense that the state would trust me to getting behind the wheel of a car, but not to choose what novel to read? The people who decide what books will populate our libraries are able to subtly shape our youth's thoughts and ideas, squeezing us into little boxes until our community loses its beautiful diversity. Whether intentional or inadvertent, this creates a community that looks the same, talks the same, and thinks the same. I attend school to challenge my own thinking and grow as a learner and human being. Banning books will only cancel discussions about experiences that differ from the norm. Books inspire us to collaborate, exchange ideas, and discuss elements which may challenge our current thinking. This is where we see the humanity in others, and we in turn feel seen. Thank you for your time.
Please state your name before you begin.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I am Jamel Smith. I am the head football coach at Lucy Beckham High School. I am here on behalf of the barn. I just wanted to say I think the barn will be a tremendous asset to Lucy Beckham High School. Myself, I think, time is of the essence for all the sports at Lucy Beckham. I am in charge. I mean, being a football coach, I am in charge of 110 to 120 student athletes coming through every day. And it's really and truly tough to get a big workout in the facility that we have right now. With this barn, we would be able to get a whole football team in there. We have probably about 70 guys right now on our football team, our varsity football team, and we'll be able to get 70 guys in there. So I think it would be a tremendous asset. Also, too, we want to get to the top, and this is a way to help us get to the top. Please allow us to lead the way for not only Lucy Beckham High School, but for other teams or schools in our county. Please allow us to lead the way. Thank you so much. Peace and love to everyone. I hope you all have a great evening.
Hello, my name is Chalmers Ballard, and I'm a student and dual varsity athlete at Lucy Beckham. I'm here on behalf of the Beckham Barn. We are very appreciative for the weight room we have right now, but with the amount of students and athletes at Lucy Beckham, we frankly do not have enough space. For football, our offense and defensive players have to lift at separate times, and with even more students wanting to join the amazing sports teams available at Lucy Beckham, in upcoming years, 8 lifting racks will barely be allowed to lift, be able to allow lifts for our athletes. The Beckham Barn will allow a wide variety of new opportunities, such as a turf strip, a stretching area, and many more lifting racks for the students and athletes at Lucy Beckham. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Ben Anderson. I'm the strength and conditioning coach at Lucy Beckham High School. I'm here speaking on in support of the barn being built. In order to express my support, I'd like to detail our current state. Right now, our teams are made up of ranging from 30 to 40, 60 to 80, and on up with all our athletic teams. Coaches want their teams to work out together and grow physically and mentally as a team. With that being said, we have 8 racks to conduct a team workout. These athletes are grouped together. Typically, it's 3 to 4 athletes per rack. Right now, we're 5 to 6 per rack, and it's reached a point where safety is becoming a concern. It's a small space. We lack the equipment necessary to facilitate our athletes to the level that they need to be. I'm also a physical education teacher as well. I have a sports performance class that's open to all students, athletes and non-athletes. Right now, those classes have been cut down short from 30 to 40 students to just 25 because of our spatial issues. On top of that, we're moving to 5A somewhere down the line. And in order to compete with these 5A schools, we need to have a 5A facility that can support us and help us grow athletically, physically, and mentally. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carlton Walker. I'm a 4th generation veteran. Put my life on the line to defend the Constitution. I'm here to talk about there's a Supreme Court, I'm a candidate for House Seat 15. And one of the things that leaders need to do is bring both sides together instead of dividing us. There's a Supreme Court case with Hustler magazine that sexually explicit material is not a protected speech under the First Amendment. One of the things I think we should do that I've talked to both sides that would bring us together is to rate our school books the same way we rate our movies, video games, and music. G, PG, PG-13, and rated R. G would be elementary school, PG would be middle school, PG-13 would be high school, rated R, 18 and older, and that would end this conflict with people calling each other names on both sides. And you can go to my website, votecarltonwalker.com, if you want to learn more information. Have a good one.
Yeah. Kate S., Maggie Elliott, Priscilla Shumway, Suzanne Hardy, and Denise Mazik.
Hello, my name is Kate. I go to Academic Magnet High School and I'm the leader of DALO. You have heard from me before and you will hear from me again and again. So far tonight, you have heard students discuss what censorship means to them, how the loss of literature can affect us, representation we find in books, and what it's like to be LGBTQ students in an unaccepting environment. As students, we have struggled with fitting in and who we are supposed to be. However, the external and internal pressure students feel nowadays is unparalleled to anything there has been before. Sometimes it is difficult to find a safe space at home for when you're struggling. However, I know that for many students, myself included, having a safe space to go to in school is life-changing. I can rely on my counselors to always let me have a place to go to during or outside of class when I need that mental break. That is the beauty of SEL. Social emotional learning isn't indoctrination. It is a safety measure that is needed to make sure your kids have a safe environment in stressful times of their lives. I have watched what is happening around our country and the patterns that are occurring. I worry that the next move is to get rid of SEL based on our money. However, if you do this, your kids will know that they do not have a safe space in school or in you. They will grow up without the ability to rely on you because they see your lack of understanding or empathy for their struggles. So wouldn't it make you feel better to know they have somewhere in school that they feel safe? By getting rid of SEL, you're not only showing us that you do not care if we are struggling, but you're taking away a place that could save many kids. SEL, by
Kate, I would
definition,
ask you
is
to
a
please
methodology
wrap
that
up.
helps students of
Please,
all
Miss
ages
Kate.
better comprehend their emotions, to feel those emotions fully, and to demonstrate empathy for others. You are trying to build a further taboo about
Miss
mental health
Kate,
struggles.
this is your
However,
first warning.
and
There needs to be decorum, Miss Kate. Miss Kate.
and in. Not only do you not want your students to see themselves represented in books, but you want to take away will they feel safe. Our teachers, librarians, and counselors have these jobs for a reason. So you should let these amazing people do their jobs. And you should let students feel accepted, feel heard, feel safe, and feel like someone cares. Thank you.
Not that child, huh?
Hi, I am Maggie Elliott, and I'm one of the senior captains from the women's volleyball team at Lucy Beckham, and I'm here to talk about the barn training facility. Throughout my high school career, I have learned and experienced so much about injuries and how they can be prevented and treated. Unfortunately, due to the lack of availability of the weight room, they were not able to offer any consistent strength and conditioning during or out of season. This year, our coach decided it was more important to sacrifice practice time in order to get in the weight room at least twice a week to help prepare our bodies to endure the sport better. It would be amazing if Lucy Beckham could have a facility that would offer more flexible timing and space in order to accommodate all the athletes like myself who, given the opportunity to use a space like the barn, would be better able to take care of our bodies. Not only would the barn be beneficial for the athletes, but it could also be used as an avenue for education in the health and PE classes at Beckham. Instead of just learning about the health, students can actually experience a workout. Finally, I am proud to be a Beckham Bengal. Just as our namesake, Lucy Beckham left a remarkable legacy. I envision the barn to leave a lasting legacy on its future classes too. Please consider the opportunity for this facility to be built. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening, I'm Priscilla Shumway. Earlier you heard comments about a rating system for our books, and I would like to tell you we already have one, and I will quote directly from the CCSD website. This is from the selection portion of the material selection guide. You must present, materials that are selected must represent differing viewpoints on controversial issues, provide a global perspective, and promote diversity and inclusion with materials by authors and illustrators of all cultures and experiences, be appropriate for the subject area and for the general social, emotional, and intellectual development of the students for whom these materials are selected. They must incorporate accurate, authentic, and factual content from authoritative sources. They must also pass favorable reviews in professional reviewing sources by professional personnel. These are our librarians, our administrators, our educators. We do provide parents input, and South Carolina is one of the few states that requires a master's degree of our librarians. Let them do the work. Don't ban these books.
Suzanne Hardy. Your unlawful, undemocratic, homophobic, racially biased, and mean-spirited approach to running the school board strikes again. This time, without cause, you plan to remove 5 HAC members with acknowledged credentials and social diversity who are put there to represent all of our children. While the community is focused on the well-being of our kids, nurturing, caring, and educating them, you are focused on cramming down our throats right-wing, hateful, and ignorant political positions. You make Charleston a laughingstock. You plan to replace 5 qualified members and professionals with 4 members in spots they didn't apply for. Both actions violate your bylaws. You're replacing LGBTQ plus members with straight ones, a Jewish member with a Christian, a healthcare professional with someone who wrote mass medical exemptions for students. So our kids get an all-white, nominally Christian committee, neither the best qualified nor representative of them. How does this best serve our kids? Don't hide behind the backroom maneuvering. Explain your actions and violations to the community.
Hi, my name is Denise Mazik, and I'm here to represent parents. Any parent, gay, straight, rich or poor, would not want some of these books in the classroom. I thank God that we have a school board that was elected to do their job to protect kids. Now, this book contains sexual activities, including molestation, sexual nudity, racially charged commentary, profanity, and derogatory terms, alcohol, and drug use. The name is Lawn Boy by Jonathan Advison. Also, I'm going to read just some of these things from this book for the parents that love their kids and does not want these things in the school. What if I told you I'd touch another guy's dick? I said. Nick waved me off and turned his attention back to his beer. What if I told you I sucked it? Will you please just shut up already? I'm dead serious, Nick. Well, I'll say you were a fag. I was 10 years old, but it's true. I put Doug Goble dick in my mouth, the real estate guy. Yeah, Nick looked
sorry,
around. This is in the school. This is in the schools. This is by so-called educated librarians in the school teaching my grandkids.
Let me do this. But I'm running public comments. That's actually the last one. Thank you.
Do you want to do the online?
Online, yes.
Then I'll take it.
Okay, the summary for the online public comments. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Listen, we're not here to start a fight. Public comments are over.
Can you please sit down, ma'am? Please,
Yes,
so we can
ma'am.
continue.
Please sit down.
Please sit down. Please
Okay,
sit
yes,
down.
ma'am, but there's only 30 that are guaranteed, and we've heard from 30 people. I'm gonna ask you to sit down just like Reverend Rivers. And if you don't, just like Reverend Rivers, we're gonna ask for Mr. Ridemuck. I'm not gonna argue with you. Fair is fair.
Go ahead, Leah. Leah, go ahead.
I understand, but we're calling you to order right now. Thank you. Okay, the summary for the online public comments, 49 for the Health Advisory Committee, 60 for Board Decorum Censure, 4 for Beckham Barn, 1 about board action, 29 for SCL, 40 about banning books, libraries or librarians, 30 for Michelle Simmons, 2 for transparency and accountability, one for board member support, one for education, one for idea representation, one for sex education, and one for Veterans Day. And that concludes public comments. Mr. Grabowski, I hand it back over to you.
Thank you very much. According to policy, I'm going to ask the acting superintendent to get up and address one of the issues that has been discussed during public comment and as the book issue. If you could please.
Sure, Mr. Grabowski, thank you. Mrs. Simmons, the Chief Academic Officer, and I discussed earlier. We're unsure of. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Michelle Simmons, the Chief Academic Officer, and I discussed moments ago the issue of banning books. We're not sure where that might be occurring in the district. It's not a board matter tonight, but if students who are present, media specialists, parents know of such, that certainly can be referred to Mrs. Simmons and me. We have a process in place for reconsideration for families that have concern about materials that may be in their libraries, but otherwise we're unaware. So we do want to be aware. So if parents could route those students, media specialists to us, we'd be grateful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 9, the actions, possible actions out of executive session. I'm going to ask my colleague, Ms. McKinley, to help me out on this, since at the time when we were working on some of these motions.
So certainly. I will move on. This is item at 9A. The motion is that the student be allowed to remain enrolled as an out-of-county resident, and that they with the parent providing transportation, and if they would like, they may reapply in the 2024-25 school year.
Second.
Having a second, all in favor, vote aye.
This is not, oh, I'm sorry. Wrong meeting.
The motion passes. On to item 9B, out-of-county transfer request.
Yes, I move that we allow the students to remain enrolled as out-of-county residents with transportation provided for the parent, and this will be for the 2023-24 school year.
Second.
Bring the motion to vote. And the motion passes. I'd like to do item 9C, and Ms. Waters, if you could do me the honor.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we allow the student to enroll and ask that the staff work with Berkeley County to retrieve funding for the student. The placement is not contingent on the finances.
I second.
Bring the motion to vote. Motion passes. Oh,
We haven't
sorry.
voted yet.
I'm sure just. And the motion passes. I'm going to ask my fellow board members if they have any objection to moving on to item 9F before we consider item 9E. Are there any objections? With hearing none, I would like to move on.
Well, we haven't done E yet either.
Yeah. Why?
There is no action for F. There is action.
So what I'd like to do is bring up for consideration a motion for item 9E, which is the constituent district 4 stadium contractual matter. Is there a second? Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we will move on to a vote on the that's why I'm asking to bring it to vote.
We're coming back to it.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah. So that everyone's aware, there is no action on 9F. So we will return back to 9D.
Wait a minute. The window up is 9E. We're voting on 9E,
Yeah,
correct?
that's
Okay.
correct. And the motion passes. So now we will move on to 9D, which is an action based upon the approval of the motion to reconsider the HAC membership. I'll turn this over to Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I move, there's 11 total motions for this item. Number one, I move to remove Lisa Thomas Ross from an unexpired term ending in July 2025.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
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 First, I'd like to direct it to the person that made the motion.
Certainly. The explanation I'm going to offer both for the public and for the board is the same for items 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. And that is this. Well, let me read it directly from the state law. So this is section 593220 sub-bullet, beg pardon, 593230 sub-bullet 7D as in Delta. It reads as follows, starting about halfway in the paragraph. Except as to that instruction provided by this chapter related to complications which may develop from all types of abortions, school districts may not offer programs, instruction, or activities including abortion counseling, information about abortion services, or assist in obtaining abortion, and materials containing this information must not be distributed in schools. There's other parts of that section as well. That is one of a few examples where the curriculum that was brought forward by the Health Advisory Committee as it currently stands violates the state law and is not in compliance with the restrictions set out in law for what the Health Advisory Committee is to be focused on. Specifically, there's still children in the room, so but there's specifically the instruction that was brought forward by the Health Advisory Committee speaks about alternative genders when the topic of biology comes up. where the term male and female are intentionally omitted, causing obvious confusion for those that are trying to learn. The topic of anal sex and oral sex is also spoken about positively. The curriculum rather also normalizes teen pregnancy starting at age 16. The Health Advisory Committee, as it currently stands, also went and modified is not the right term, omitted language that was put into a presentation for the junior class that was brought forward by doctors at MUSC and explicitly changed the language in that presentation for the sake of using inclusive language rather than male and female terms, again, in the context of biology. Yeah. The very first meeting this Health Advisory Committee had was focused on topics that were not in scope of what the Health Advisory Committee is supposed to be doing according to South Carolina state law. Specific to the abortion topic, I read there's a 7th grade curriculum from a group called the 3 R's, in which the teacher is instructed to read the following. Say to the students, once a person confirms they are pregnant, they need to decide whether they're going to have the baby or become a parent, have the baby and let someone else adopt it, or end the pregnancy at its earliest possible stage. The second 2 options are available for a number of reasons, including that the pregnant person may not feel they would be able to take care of the baby because of their age or life circumstances. Also in the additional content included by the Health Advisory Committee, the direct links to Planned Parenthood and other pro-abortion websites are actively encouraged to be visited by students as young as 6th and 7th grade. Therefore, I find the curriculum brought forward by the Health Advisory Committee to be wholly inappropriate as well as out of line with standards defined by the South Carolina state law.
Is there any opposition? The board recognizes Mrs. Waters.
Yes, I have several things, and I'm not quite sure who this first comment is to be directed at. Well, actually, before I go there, I want to ask Mr. Kelly. So essentially, you're contending that the current members of the committee have acted out of line, and for that reason, you're offering up people to replace them. Is that the general context of what you just read? I'm not going to restate everything you just said.
Sorry, I'm sorry, would you repeat what you're asking me?
Are you saying that they have acted out of line? I think your word was out of scope of what they should have been doing. And for that reason, you're trying to replace them with a different slate of folks.
That's one of the reasons I mentioned, yes.
Okay, so one, I know that the law that you referenced was written in 1988. And so one, I have a question about whether there have been updates to that law. Not sure if anyone on district staff would have looked into that or to understand that. So I may not be able to get a response on that today, but that is a very old law on the books. So you do have a response. I'd love to actually hear it.
So it has been updated. Every so often they'll update a clause, but yes, it originated in 1988. As far as the clause on abortion, that still stands effect. I mean, we do not have that in our curriculum. In the 3 R's that Mr. Kelly is referring to, the board did approve those for us to use back in 2020, and only specific lessons were approved. And we've taken that curriculum along with the state approved textbook and created these lessons. And if you go and look at those lessons and read those, you'll see that there is no lesson on abortion. There's no lesson that teaches gender identity or sexual orientation. We stick to the standards, but we still follow that memo. Teachers are trained to follow that memo that they need to make sure the classroom is inclusive with those questions that students might have. And if a student has a question that pertains to gender identity, they legally can answer that student and allow that to be a safe space.
during all of this time, there has been nobody on this board that has asked me to sit down with them and look at the curriculum that we have to go over this, where we could sit down and explain that. So what you're seeing is maybe an assumption, and it would be great to have that opportunity with this board so that you can see that this curriculum that this committee has backed, but our team in curriculum instruction has spent hours to make sure that it meets the state standards and it is aligned and it is age appropriate. And the feedback that we're getting from teachers and parents has been amazing since we have started this itinerant team and started implementing the curriculum that we have right now. And I do invite that conversation because I do think that you'll see the curriculum is very thorough and comprehensive.
So Ms. Hollycutt, essentially you're saying that you do not believe that the current committee members acted outside the scope of state law?
Absolutely not. And we have the checklist that they follow, and with the committee members, they're not teachers and they're not in the classroom and they're not the ones who are implementing the curriculum. So their conversation that they might have as a committee might go beyond, and they might be like, well, we want this or we want that. But that's my job as the executive secretary to make sure that everything stays aligned and that we make sure that the teachers are doing their job as well. So the conversations and the wants that the committee might have doesn't mean that that's going to happen. And when they look at any curriculum or any supplement that comes along, they have to use that criteria checklist that was given to us by the State Department. And it doesn't go beyond what is being said right now. We cannot look at a curriculum, and if it talks about abortion, that's on the checklist. You cannot use it.
So to be clear, the quote I read came off the health advisory website that you run and is included under the header middle school curriculum.
Correct. And so we have those approved lessons that the Board of Trustees approved from 3Rs. But if you were to come into the classroom, and we wrote those lessons with scripts for the team, for the teachers. And when our team can't be there, we expect the classroom teachers, but we do not talk about abortion. There's not one lesson that is going to go over abortion and provide that as an option for our students.
So again, the quote I just read starts with, tell your students. This is on the Health Advisory Committee website that you run
today
under the middle school curriculum. And you're telling me that you instruct your teachers not to follow the curriculum?
Is that written today? If you were to pull that up right now.
I downloaded it about 3 minutes ago from the Health Advisory Committee website. Yes, ma'am.
I can 100% guarantee you that not one of our teachers, we're not stating that. So we have taken, like I said, we spent hours and we've copied and pasted from resources because the state does not provide a curriculum. It's up to every school district to do that. So we've taken everything we have and put this into a script, but it is not happening. I can 100% promise you that that is not happening.
So again, to be clear, the state provides a sex ed curriculum and the school board has opted.
They do not provide any district a curriculum at all.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue with you.
Say that when the memo came out from the consent and decree, the resources that the State Department gave us was from Advocates for Youth, which our board approved.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I might be able to clarify
So,
this. So
Mr.
the
Grabowski.
Advocates for Youth 3R curriculum that is
Mr. Grabowski.
comprehensive, free, and available.
Are we
on the
interested in
web.
having a dialogue with other folks or are we doing board
Well,
discussion?
you can
Yes,
see that.
I think we need to stay focused on what the actual motion is. I think this is great dialogue. And I think it's good for the public to hear this, but the motion really is about the qualifications.
Mr. Grabowski, point of privilege. One, I know that Mr. Kelly started questioning them, but I actually asked him to come into the discussion because the basis for removing Ms. Ross, Dr. Ross, excuse me, is that she's done something wrong. So I think this is actually germane to the subject.
Well, and if that is going to be the reason for removing everybody, then the entire committee should have been removed.
That's right.
Could I really want to explain, if you go on the website and you look at Advocates for Youth, 3R curriculum, there is an incredibly comprehensive curriculum. It is in Spanish and English, and there are lots of lessons that districts all over the country use. It's all free and online, so you can go in there and look at the whole curriculum. That doesn't mean that Charleston County uses every aspect of that curriculum.
And I think that's where if any of the members of the board had come to us and said, we'd like to talk to you about the curriculum, if they had made an allegation of wrongdoing by the committee members and given us a chance to have due process and respond to that, we could have pointed out to you exactly what was happening. We can give you all of the data and information. You just have to talk to us.
So to be clear, this particular lesson that I'm referencing and reading from is linked in a CCSD document called CCSD Middle School Health Pacing Guide for Teachers. So perhaps I believe what I'm hearing is that, whoops, but that is linked to as a resource for teachers to teach in the 7th grade, and it violates state law. That's a full stop.
Ms. Waters, do you have any more questions?
I do, but I mean, I would like to if someone else has something on this particular
Because
topic,
I
don't want to.
I think where we're going with this and is really, for the chair to issue some type of order to continue this type of discussion. And I know Dr. Temple and I have been discussing this about taking this committee and having more board involvement in it. So there is some more communication. But with that being said, I would like to pass it on to any of the other board members that may have a comment. Mr. Calhoun.
Well, you can come back to me just since I've taken up a good bit of time.
Thank you, Ms. Waters.
So what is it exactly that Dr. Ross did to be kicked off of her term? I said, what is it exactly that Dr. Ross did that make us going to use to kick her off her term?
Point of personal privilege. Robert's rules of order says that if you're going to remove committee members, you should do it in executive.
I'm sorry, Ms.
No,
Cleveland.
no.
Let's stick
You're
to the board
trashing
isn't discussing.
someone's reputation
This is
in public. That's not what you're supposed to do. If you're going to remove someone, you need to make allegations in executive
I'm
session.
going to ask you to please stop.
I will. It's Dr. Cleveland. Thank you.
Dr. Cleveland, please stop. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. Calhoun.
What is it exactly that Dr. Ross did to be removed from her term?
Question's been asked and answered.
No,
twice.
Dr. Ross, specifically, Dr. Ross.
Just answer it.
You want me
Again.
to reread it all?
No, what did she do? Not what the
Summarize it.
entire committee did. What did she do to be removed from her term?
The curriculum that I just referenced.
Did she write it?
That was one of multiple problems with it.
Did she write it?
If you'd like me to continue, sir, you need to stop interrupting me.
Go ahead.
Please, Darren.
No, go ahead.
That curriculum that I read one piece of, that has multiple other problems as well, was unanimously supported by the entire committee, including Dr. Ross.
Did she write it? Did she bring it up to the committee? What committee was it? What committee meeting was this brought up at? Also, how many health advisory committee meetings have you sat in?
0. Mr. Calhoun, the number of meetings I have personally attended is not relevant.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Please.
I will gladly answer your question, but this is not a conversation about me.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, let me be clear then. I am not going to engage in a conversation about me. I will engage in a conversation about the motion at hand.
Okay.
I have sat in on 0 health advisory committee meetings. I have watched hours, probably in the 5-6 hours of meetings on Zoom. And I have read every available meeting minutes that is on the website, literally from the earliest to the most recent.
Have you met with Dr. Ross?
Beyond that, I'm not willing to have conversations about myself.
Okay. Have you met with Dr. Ross?
I'm unwilling to have conversations about myself.
This is about her. Have you met with Dr. Ross?
I am not
Mr. Calhoun, I'm
interested
going to
in
ask you to
answering
move on.
questions
Have you met with
about-
Dr. Cut? Oh, with Ms. Cut? Oh, okay. Cool. I have some more questions, but we can move on.
Thank you. I would like to keep the main thing, the main thing. September 25th, the policy chair was asked to select 5 members that needed to fill vacant positions on the HAC committee. And he dismantled the entire committee. That was not written in the bylaws. The bylaws said that we will fill vacant positions. So if we keep the main thing on this particular motions, number 1 through 10 is null and void. You do not make unilateral decisions. You were asked to do one thing and you did more than what you were supposed to do. Tonight, we are supposed to only pick 5 members to fill vacant positions. I would hope that at least one of the 5 will do the right thing, and let's move on from this. We only have 5 positions to pick. We needed 1 clergy, 2 teachers, 1 student, and 2 community members. And let me correct myself, we only needed 1 student body president because we have a student on the committee. That's all we need to be discussing. Anything beyond that, we are going against the bylaws. If you don't like the bylaws, there's a way to handle it appropriately. You do not dismantle an entire committee. I ask that we do the right thing tonight and only vote for the 5 positions that we were supposed to originally vote for September 25th.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Bailey. Do you have any comments?
No.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Watley. Do you have any comments?
My reasoning for supporting the changes, I've stated multiple times publicly. And one thing I feel keeps escaping people, there's been accusations that we're trying to put in an all-white committee, but I think it was all white before. But actually, the changes that we're making afford for us to have 2 members from the Hispanic community, which throughout our community is grossly underrepresented. And also these 2 Hispanic members are bilingual. And the only reason that we know this is because they've stated their race and their ability to be bilingual in their resumes. So, and also another reason for myself in supporting this is because I wanted to give representation from a broader spectrum of our county versus then the majority, excuse me, I'm speaking, but the majority of us or the majority of this committee was more concentrated area. And I have even reached out to personal contacts that I have on the Sea Islands, because I don't believe we have any members of this committee that are Black. So that's my reasoning for it. And but in light of the violation, the violation of state law, that this is all relatively new information for me.
Dr. Temple, are you still online?
Yes, I am. And
Chair recognizes Dr. Temple.
yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr.
Yes,
Temple.
I am online, and I just find this really frustrating because we approached this issue with the fact that we had 5 positions open in various categories that were defined. And I see no due process to remove the members of the Health Advisory Committee who work as a team. The board approved the curriculum. If there are questions about it, then I think that needs to go back to the committee and they can address it. It sounds like they can address it. So I just feel like we are removing people without due process. I don't think that goes along with Robert's rules. It certainly doesn't go along with good common sense and decency. So if, we want to have more diversity on the committee, then that's what we can work towards. But at this point in time, There are 5 openings, and we just need to fill the openings, and we do not need to remove the people who are quality people. These are people in our community who have, we look at the number of people who have spoken out from the community in defense of these people. So I just find this whole thing out of order, and I wish I knew a Robert's rule to rule it, but it just makes no sense to me to proceed in this way.
Thank you, Dr. Kemple. I'll return to Ms. Waters. The board recognizes Ms. Waters.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that it is stated and not overlooked that I think even after I asked Ms. Holly, Ms. Cutt, I'm sorry.
I wish I was a doctor, but no.
That's all right. I'm speaking it into existence. Once we moved on, I think it got lost somewhere, but I believe that you did share that there actually was no violation in your view that Dr. Ross committed. And what's really important here is that even if there had been some sort of violation, this is a committee of members that is guided by the district. That is guided by a superintendent, that is guided by a board. There are many levels of folk who would be responsible for ensuring that whatever came out of this committee was appropriate, was lawful, etc. If those processes have not been followed, we should not be terminating Dr. Ross's term based on someone's accusation that she's committed some sort of wrongdoing, because what we've heard is that there was no knowledge of any wrongdoing in the commission of their work. If that is an issue that the board wants to take up, it is a separate one apart from the members themselves. It actually would have to do with the oversight of the committee itself and its alignment to state law, which we've also heard has been updated.
And I do want to reiterate, so when the committee goes through this evaluation process and they approve the curriculum for the district to use, it stops there. The committee doesn't write the curriculum. The Health Advisory Committee does that. That falls back into the curriculum instruction. So in the Board of Trustees is who first approves the curriculum that was represented by the Health Advisory Committee. So it goes from them and then it comes to the Board of Trustees and then the final approval. And then we take that and then we go back and do our work in curriculum instruction. So this committee had no oversight on the actual writing of the curriculum.
Any other comments from any board members before I give my comment?
Just 2 things. The first one, when we're talking about this whole we're breaking state law thing, what legal opinion have been given to us? Did you offer a legal opinion for us, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, he did.
That said we were breaking the law?
What exactly is the question what is it that you're asking is legal or not?
Are we in some way in violation of state law because of our health advisory curriculum? Our health curriculum?
I am not aware. I do not know the answer to that question this evening. I have not taken a look at the curriculum, and I certainly can do that. Obviously, I can't do it this evening, but I'm not in a position to answer that question this evening.
So off top, we haven't even had a legal opinion by our own legal. So why are we even going off of this whole thing? Whose legal expertise are we going off of saying that we're in violation of state law?
Can I address that?
Well, I want you and Ms. Bailey to actually speak to this this entire conversation because y'all are signed on to it. So please.
I look at the bylaws very simply, in the sense, I know we're dealing with a law that was written in 1988, and I know a lot of you weren't around when this all happened. It is definitely a very archaic law that needs to be reviewed and brought to the 21st century. But in 1988, I had just gotten out of law school and had been in New York for many years. And that was the height of the AIDS epidemic. And I actually think, South Carolina was pretty progressive to even use the word homosexual in a law in 1988 and addressing, the safety issues that everybody was concerned with. AIDS was the 80s COVID. But in going back through the bylaws and just strictly looking at the bylaws, each one of these members serves at the pleasure of the board. And the pleasure of the board means as the pleasure of this existing board. So my argument for each one of these ups and down votes, I do have one question to Mr. Kennedy, and I think that goes back to Mr. Kelly. Long night. This goes back to the filling of the student. Is it correct that we are bringing on a student president? So one of our things is the student president, and that we have 2 students. Then I'm going to take this one a step back. I would not, I am an author on this motion, so I should be speaking for the motion. And I do just go on that the preference of the board. However, I would think that we would probably reconsider. I would probably vote in favor of keeping the other student on board because it is a slot for 2 students and we are filling that. I want you to remember, I am looking at these bylaws. I'm looking at what the requirements are, and I think this board is very entitled, and I'm not so sure that we need to be going up and down and having specific examples. At the pleasure of the board means that we need to vote as a full board on each one of these individuals. So that's my. Is there any opposition? Mr. Cowan, would you like to comment further?
Speak about the process.
I would like for Ms. Bailey to speak on what we're.
Well, I would like to speak about, first of all, I know I'm danged if I do and I'm danged if I don't. So I'm going to just say it just like this. I don't even understand why we are revisiting this vote, because when we made the decision on revamping the whole Health Advisory Committee, we had 5 board members that remained and 4 that walked out of the room. And that, to me, is a dereliction of duty. And so we meet here yet again to go over this one more time. And I feel like, one, our parents, and if you're online and you're listening right now, you need to be paying attention to whatever health advisory board is appointed. You need to know exactly what your child is learning in classroom, because what you are doing right about now, you're making decisions for children that their parents need to be a part of. So if we need to revamp the whole health advisory committee, then I'm all for that too. But I know this for a fact. We just don't need to be teaching our children about sexual activity. The whole part about teaching them sex ed is reproduction in the parts of the body. Anything
And
besides
STDs.
that, anything besides and STDs. And anything besides that is overkill. That's a parent's job to teach their child at home. And that's all I have to say.
Ms. Bailey, though, the state standards go beyond everything that you just mentioned, and we want to be in line with what the state says that we're supposed to be teaching.
Well, apparently it is not.
And out of
What he said.
respect, I would like to get to the voting and moving on, but I do.
I would like to make a comment. I would like to make
I'm sorry,
a
Ms.
comment.
Temple. I will I'll come back to you. Dr. Temple, thank you. I do think this is a very important issue that needs to be addressed. I do think the board needs to take a proactive step in this. I'm going to ask Dr. Temple when she comes back to sit down and talk to see if we can, use the model that my esteemed colleague, Mr. Calhoun set up for the audit and finance. I just think that we need to take a stronger position and active, but, we're dealing with black and white, as to what we can do as a board or should do as a board. It may not be the correct PR movement, but I don't appreciate having a lawsuit filed, that shows to me that, people do have agendas. Now, anyway, and no, I'm not going to give you the board. Dr. Temple, you have the.
Well, I
chair
just want
recognizes you.
to say that, yes, we can talk about the advisory committee serving at the pleasure of the board, but the pleasure of the board set in place a group of people who were selected to serve on the committee, and their terms have not expired. And I don't think that we can justify accurately why we would remove anybody from the board. They are good people in our community, and I just don't see a reason to remove them. I think we should move forward with selecting the 5 for the positions that are open, and then we can begin to look at bylaws or charters or whatever to, straighten things out. But right now, we've been working with this formula since 1988, and I think it has served us well. And I don't see right now why we are changing the rules of the game.
Thank you, Dr. Temple. I'd like to close the motion. Yes, the chair recognizes Mrs. Walsh.
I've heard several board members mention the very thing, Mr. Grabowski, that you just mentioned around the lawsuit. And I want to make sure that this board isn't operating in retaliation, because that's not what we're here to do. The lawsuit should have zero bearing on what we decide to do with these members. That was actually their right to react to any action that we take. It's the community's right to react. What's really important here and what we are required to consider are the facts and the data. And what's essential to me is, one, what were we asked to do? Ms. Roberson pointed out, only if you want to refer to the bylaws and say it's black and white that the board can remove folk, it's also black and white that we are to fill vacancies. And so the decision to come down on either side is truly personal, and it's not one that you should posit as a neutral position, because it's not neutral.
Any further discussion?
My second time around, let me just say this.
The board recognizes Mrs. Robertson.
Thank you.
Chair.
I find it very disheartening that we are where we are, that a board that has no grounds over curriculum, that we are taking the opportunity to go against the curriculum and instruction department. We are going against the committees. We are going against the superintendent, the CEO, and that you're saying that your knowledge, Mr. Kelly, is greater than all of these people that have the expertise in the area. That's very concerning to me. It's concerning to me beyond this right here, because if we do this tonight, that tells me that when we move forward to other policies, you're going to pretend that you have more expertise in areas. And this is not how we govern. We need to be mindful about this. These are the experts in front of us in these first 2 rows. And if they did not say that anything was wrong with the curriculum, to your point, Ms. Bailey, we were only supposed to pick 5 slots, not dismantle. So on September 25th, the one assignment was to pick 5 members, not to reshuffle this whole deck. And if you did not read that correctly, you need to go back and read the motion that was brought forward on September 25th to fill 5 slots. If any of you all do anything differently, you are being disingenuous, and you are being a dereliction to your role as trustees.
Something to say to respond to that. If you
The
thought
board-
like
the
that, you
chair
shouldn't have walked
recognizes
out
Mrs.
of
Bailey.
open session.
Bailey.
If you thought like that, you shouldn't have walked out. You should have remained
There
and
for
you
that
should have
vote.
made your vote count, but you walked out.
We were
So
there for
yes,
that
that
vote.
is direct, that's a direct.
I would ask
after
my
that
fellow
vote,
board
we were
members, please.
We were there for that
Dereliction
vote.
of duty. That's
No,
all.
Please.
excuse me, she talked to me, let me respond. You need to go back and read the minutes. We were there. And if you block vote, it doesn't matter if we are here or not, because you're going to block vote every time. And this is what the outcome is going to be.
Is there
Mr.
any further
Grabowski?
discussion?
Yes, sir. I'd like to respond to a couple of allegations that were.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. To be clear, there's no dismantling of a health advisory committee. This is a committee of, I believe, 15 members, and we're talking about removing 4 that don't have unexpired terms. One.
No, you got it wrong.
Or I'm sorry.
I'm also trying to prevent you from doing something illegal.
So
If you
there's
look at
5
what I said
members
to you
out
about
of
how to
13,
remove
which does
numbers,
not.
And please.
I heard that
Dr.
they gave
Cleveland,
those
please, Dr. Cleveland.
5
Please,
does
Dr.
not represent dismantling of a committee that serves at the pleasure of the board. Furthermore, this board is legally speaking, ultimately responsible for the curriculum in our schools. It is not below this board to be involved intimately in all curriculum decisions. We are legally challenged to take care. That's the legal phrase, is to take care.
To approve curriculum, not
Ms. Robertson,
to approve curriculum.
please let
You
me
like to
finish.
say the wrong things. You
Please let me
are
finish.
known for saying things that are wrong and this, you are
I'd like to
incorrect.
please finish my sentence.
Please.
The law states that school board trustees are to take care of the schools that are trusted to them.
Semantics.
Legal. It's legal language. It's not a matter of that. And the last point that you made was that I think that I'm smarter than everyone else. What I did is I read the law and I read our curriculum, and I let the board of trustees, each
I don't
individual
think you
member,
bothered.
to determine whether or not they think the law is broken.
Can I step in
Ms.
again?
McKinley, do you have anything you would like to add? McKinney.
He likes to rename people.
Dr. Temple.
Well, I'm here in Iceland and I can't believe the discussion that I'm hearing. I'll just reiterate, our task was to approve and select 5 people for the positions. We're following the bylaws, we're following practice as we have had it. We should not be removing anybody from the board without due process. We don't have anything against any of the people we're trying to remove. There is no reason to remove them, period.
The chair is going to end all further discussion on these motions, and I'd like to move forward with the motion to remove Lisa Thomas Rose, Dr. Lisa Thomas Rose.
Ross. He redeems
Ross.
people.
Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a long night, please.
Please don't be offended. He does it to
Yes.
everybody.
I would like to make a motion or to move forward on the motion to remove Dr. Lisa Thomas Ross. Do you have a second? Put up for vote.
Tenured professor at the College of Charleston. Tenured in her field. Tenured in her field. Expert, Dr. Lisa Thomas Ross.
Yeah, she's an expert.
Expert in her field.
I would ask my fellow board members that just debate is closed. Please vote.
Are you allowed to just close debate? I mean,
Yes.
without the support of the board? No. No. I mean, he said, I'd like to end debate. He said, I'm going to end debate and I want to go for the vote. Is that I want to know for procedure, I don't care about this moment, but procedurally, are we not to vote to close debate as a board? So the chair can just do that anytime.
I think we've debated it.
Where's your parliamentarian?
Right there.
Obviously, they don't know what they're doing.
Mr. Grabowski.
And the motion passes. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Kelly and let you continue it so I don't butcher anybody else's name.
I move to appoint Mariana Nestrode to the unexpired term ending in July 2025.
Second. I'd like to bring the motion to vote.
No, well, I got some discussion. Why did we choose this particular person to replace a very experienced tenured professor at the College of Charleston who served on this committee? Question.
Sir, I'm not going to go through every single one of these applicants.
I have a lot of
You
questions.
have, you, as well as the public, have had access to the resumes of these people for literally months at this point. Therefore, if you have a question about somebody's experience, I would defer to their letter of interest as well as their resume that was submitted to the Health Advisory Committee.
So I'm asking, why did you personally choose them for this slate? What inspired,
Voted up or
what was the inspiration for this person to come forward?
Again, I'm not going to sit here, sir, because I don't believe the question is genuine.
It's very genuine.
Therefore, I'm not going to sit here and debate every single appointment.
I've
Yeah.
had to ask a question on every
But
single
you
one.
made a decision on every single one.
Mr. Chair,
The chair recognizes Ms. Waters. Thank you.
we actually put these all as individual motions, and I thought that the motivation behind that was that we would discuss them rather than do what we did before. Is that correct? Or
I think the motivation was to vote, to give all the board members an opportunity to vote up or down on each individual.
so you're saying that you accept what Mr. Kelly is saying, which is that he's not going to give us an explanation for why one seat would be given to a person versus the other.
I think it's within the prerogative of the bylaws that what has been done and offered and has been debated over and over applies to, every person. If there is a specific person in which you would like to question, we have had all this information presented to us now for over a month.
But he's asking for those an interpretation, not just what's on a resume. He wants to know what was the rationale, which only
Right.
Kelly
So
can hold.
I don't,
Well, the chair recognizes Mr. Kelly.
thank you, sir. Each interest letter and resume, I went through and read. I called a good number of the folks that had applied, did something approximating a phone interview with a majority of them that I could get a hold of. So I don't, because this has been on the table for so long, it has come up for so many months now, I don't recall the specifics of every single person I spoke to, because a lot of those conversations happened in, I think April or May at this point. So it's just been a hot minute that I don't recall the specifics of every person.
So since April and May, you were able to talk to the people that you're adding to the slate, but you weren't able to talk to the people who were actually sitting on the committee?
I spoke to every single person who applied
No,
or attempted to reach out to them anyway.
But what about the people who were sitting on the committee at that point? You didn't talk to them, but you talked to the people that for this.
So
did you already
Mr.
knew you were
Callahan,
going to try to get these other folk removed?
I'm once again not interested in talking about me. I'm happy to talk about the topic at hand. We can, yeah.
We can move forward.
I have a question. Point of question.
The chair recognizes Dr. Temple.
But what I don't understand is how Mr. Kelly was the person who interviewed all of these people, didn't interview those who were serving on the committee, that he is one person. And when did we give him the authority to be the person to put together this slate? That I don't get.
Dr. Temple, I caution all the board members. I mean, we are here according to the bylaws to make a decision. The bylaws give us the power to make that decision. We've debated this. I understand Ms. Waters would like to debate each individual. That's absolutely her right. So I would like to move on with the
Making a
votes.
big mistake.
Mr. Kelly, if you would continue, please.
Are you calling for the question, sir?
Well, I would like, we've got the vote up on 9D. Everybody, please vote. Cast your vote.
I move to remove Rabbi
Wait, and the
Greg,
motion passes.
Mr. Grabowski, I move to remove Rabbi Greg Cantor from the unexpired clergy term ending July 2025.
Is there a second?
Second.
Question. Is there a reason why
The
we
chair recognizes Mr. Calhoun.
Yeah, is there a reason or anything that that the rabbi has done to seek removal?
As far as I know, he has not sought removal, no.
Well, okay, so did he do anything wrong in order to be removed?
That question's been asked and answered.
I'm asking it for the rabbi specifically this time.
Same answer as previously given, sir.
Okay, could you answer that for me one more time?
No, sir, I'm not going to repeat myself a third time.
All right, Mr. Chair, could you answer that for me? Did the rabbi do anything in particular?
Mr. Calhoun, I think Mr. Kelly has answered the question.
Okay, but I'm going to ask for each and every single one of these removals and adds, okay?
Fair enough.
Cool.
Comment. I also just want to make sure that it's clear that in the case of the Rabbi Greg Cantor, there also is nothing that he specifically expressly did wrong, for the record.
I second that. I just want to make it clear that this isn't a punishment or because anything personal.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Well, I want to say something.
Dr. Temple?
Well, I've heard that we want diversity on our health advisory committee, so I find it odd that we would be removing Rabbi.
Any further
For
discussion?
no reason, for no stated reason.
Just one more comment. I did actually reach out and I just finally got a response that in fact the pieces that Mr. Kelly was reading are not actually a part of the curriculum that's being taught in school. So those pieces come directly from the general curriculum, not the portions that CCSD has chosen. So we are removing these people based on nothing at all except the whim of Mr. Kelly and the four of you to agree with him. And I would like to confirm that by asking Ms. Cutt to comment and verify what I just
Sure.
said.
And I want to say that what Mr. Ed Kelly read was correct. That came straight from the Advocates for Youth lesson plan for 7th grade that was approved by the board. That's not what is in our 7th grade lesson plan. It's also connected to the comprehensive health education. If you go and look at what we've written, you're not going to find that anywhere.
So to be clear, Mr. Grabowski,
And we don't even talk
The-
about abortion or contraceptions.
the
until
link
8th
that
and
I
high school.
read came directly from the teacher's guide that is given
From
to 7th
Advocates for
grade.
Youth, not for
For
CCSD.
7th grade teachers from the Health Advisory Committee website that says it is the teacher resource for 7th grade. So
Yeah.
we are now being told by staff that the district is either not following its own curriculum or that teachers are intentionally omitting something, or there's no way for these two things to be true.
Yes, that's
Hold on,
exactly
hold on,
how this
hold on,
works,
hold on,
actually.
Hold on.
Oh my
please.
God.
He has no expertise in this area, Mr. Grabowski.
None.
That is exactly how this works.
Yeah.
No school district anywhere uses
The
an entire
guide.
curriculum. That's not what they do anywhere.
Right, they pick and
And
choose.
I have a
Recognize-
master's degree in curriculum and instruction. I've said that before, but you do not have expertise in that area.
This is
Board recognizes Mrs. Robinson.
Yeah, I was just going to say what Trustee Warder said. This is my point. He does not know curriculum and instruction. That is a guide. You don't have to use everything in that guide. So so they're not in violation because they're not using it. They just choose not to. And you write your lesson plans based on what you picked out of the guide. It's just for guidance. And so for you to sit here and pretend that you're the expert, you have to stop this. This is a witch hunt. and we are not governing accordingly.
So
I would like to move on. Ms. Kelly, if you could push on to your motion, please.
Can Miss Cutt not make another comment?
I want to say one more comment and we'll be done. So after our team finished with all of these lesson plans for the entire curriculum and our itinerant team, we held 6 community engagements this year. And we opened up for parents, staff, anybody sick all over the district, 6 different areas. And at each community engagement, we had a gallery walkthrough for every single lesson, every single activity, every handout, everything that this entire curriculum provides for everybody to see. Transparency, 100%. And you would be able to see that we followed the curriculum 100% to the state aligned standards.
I have one more thing to say.
And my comment is, I really don't think we're here challenging the curriculum at this point. All we're doing is, please, 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 please.
I'm sorry.
We have the opportunity. Everybody has had a chance to look at the resumes. If somebody finds a problem with one of the candidates that is being put forth, then they have the right to speak out. But that's it. We need to move on.
I have one more thing to say.
The chair recognizes Mr. Calhoun.
When you remove an entire body or most of a body at one time, you get the chaos that we have right now on our board. I believe, and just going off just a little bit, the legislators should have thought about this when they put up all 9 of these seats. They should have thought about that.
Duly noted. Ms. Kelly, if you could move on with the motions, please.
And I just want to appeal to some of the other board members that what we are doing is making no sense, and we're now looking very foolish.
So because there's either intentional or otherwise misrepresentation here, we're talking about 5 of 13, which is not anywhere close to a majority of this board. Secondly, the curriculum that I'm reading from is under growth and development. This is written by CCSD on their own website, and you click the link that takes you to a single 3-page PDF, a 6-page PDF that I just read from. I'm not looking at the entirety of a curriculum or the entire 3 Rs. I'm looking at one link directly coming from CCSD Health Advisory Committee recommended.
And Mr. Kelly, I advise you, I think it's the debate should simply be put, are the individuals that are being put up
Understood.
and removed, are they qualified? If they are, they are.
I move to appoint Reverend Brooks
We didn't vote on the rabbi yet.
Pardon me. Thought you said to move on.
Oh, wait, I don't think we voted on the motion to remove the Reverend Rabbi. Greg Cantor, please. Thank you.
Gosh darn it, it's really late.
And the motion passes. On to item number 5, Mr. Kelly.
4.
I move to appoint Reverend Brooks Boylan to an unexpired clergy term ending in July 2025.
Question.
Is there any discussion as to the qualifications regarding the candidate?
What is this person's qualifications relative to the rabbi?
That is not.
It is
I'm
actually.
I'm sorry.
I don't feel that's appropriate.
I'm sorry. I'm asking specifically. I want to keep the discussion to the specific person that is being appointed, discussed. The person being discussed right now is Reverend Brooks Boylan, not Rabbi Greg Cantor.
I asked what are his qualifications relative to the rabbi. You can discuss the individual. And in fact, in a moment where we're replacing one for the other, we should actually know what uniquely qualifies one over the other. It is a perfectly relevant question. In fact, it's the only question.
Any further questions?
I have a question. I asked in executive session if we did not agree with one of these appointments, could we nominate our own? And if we are so interested in diversity, I believe that Reverend Nelson Rivers applied for a clergy position. And this would be a good opportunity to add diversity and an African-American person. So I would like to nominate Reverend Nelson Rivers to fill this clergy.
And I'll second.
Position.
There's a pending motion.
We can put another motion on the floor. I seconded it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it is, the order's in order, so we would have to vote on it. You would vote.
Nelson Rivers.
Yeah, you'd vote on the Nelson Rivers motion. Yes. Is there any debate?
There's a pending motion on the floor that's already been seconded.
But there was
You can put another motion on the
second
floor.
a motion to amend before there was any debate, before the question.
Oh, you're talking about a motion to amend?
Right.
The motion was
on
made to
amend, which-
appoint. I see.
Yes, and it was seconded.
We vote no Reverend Rivers.
Actually, I do have another question. Did Brooks Boylan actually apply?
Did.
Did he apply the first time or the second time around?
That's included in the doc. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
So,
What are we doing?
Since you seconded, do you have anything you want to say?
I actually seconded it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So are we getting ready to vote?
Do you want to say anything?
Oh, I've already said, yeah, that we are looking for diversity. And Reverend Rivers qualifies for this position. So I nominate him. And I believe on my screen, we're ready to vote.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to comment on that.
I'm sorry, the debate's been closed.
You gonna take his comment? Here it is.
And the motion fails.
How does it fail if it was 4 yay and 3 nay? It actually passes.
Yes, it does.
Then the motion passes.
No, excuse me. For the parliamentarian, the other night we had a very similar thing and you said that the motion failed because there was an abstain.
It was a 4-4.
4-4.
That's different.
It was 4-4-1.
This is 4-3.
So as instructed by the parliamentarian, we will need a motion to adopt to replace the Reverend Rivers for the Reverend Brooks.
No.
I withdraw that. He's in, but
He just said
the
that.
motion passes. Reverend Rivers is voted. Mr. Kelly,
I move to remove Bonnie Cleveland from an unexpired health professional term ending in July 2025.
is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, that Dr. Bonnie Cleveland, the professional in health with the expert in health, did she do anything to cause this removal?
Well, that question's been asked and answered now 4 times.
All right, I would like to ask the chair, do you believe that she did anything to cause her removal?
Mr. Kelly, the question's been answered.
And I'm going to keep asking it if you're going to keep trying to remove people who are experts in their field.
You're right. Any further questions? Any new questions?
I do have a question. Are we certain that this is not motivated by how outspoken she has been and the fact that she's been a part of the lawsuit? Because I've heard that several times, little murmurings like that. I mean, I think it's important to distance oneself from that. So it's actually an opportunity I'm putting on the table. She's been very outspoken. I know she's gotten under the skin of certain board members. It's a great opportunity to name that she has not done that actually. In fact,
I'll address that. No, I don't think at all. I think the motion and the slate that was put forth and the discussion that was put forth on this was well before the lawsuit.
Yeah.
So I'm going to stand by the research, everything that was done before any of the lawsuits started. So no, this is not retaliation.
Yeah. So I'll just name that if it's not retaliation and it doesn't seem to be about her qualifications, I'm again for this one concerned that you are responding to the whim of Mr. Kelly and then supporting him in this foolishness.
I am definitely supporting what he was asked to do, which was to research and provide all the fellow board members here with information. So
Well,
we've been doing this now for over a month and a half, and if no one has any objections, I would like to move on.
Dr. Temple.
Well, I have concern that we're.
Yes, Dr. Temple.
I have a concern that we're removing key leadership. Dr. Bonnie Cleveland has been elected by the Health Advisory Board to be the chairperson. She's an expert in this area. And if we're wanting to take a look at bylaws or charters or so on, she is going to have a real understanding of the governance. So, you know, we're losing a lot of expertise by removing her. But not only her expertise with the Health Advisory Committee, but with her medical knowledge.
I have something to say.
The board recognizes the chair recognizes Mrs. Robertson.
This is another reason why Mr. Kelly is really overreaching. We didn't have any applications for health professions because it was not an open vacancy. So what he's done is he's taking people who applied for other positions and he's putting them where he wants them to be. Wow. There was no one applied for a health professional because there was nothing open.
What is the health? I'm sorry.
Mr. Kelly, do you need to respond?
Yes, I'd just like to clarify, everyone that I am moving to appoint did apply. The state law does not require in fact, the state law doesn't require applications, period. But the bylaws do not require applications to a particular determination.
So Mr. Kelly, you're following the bylaws when you want to follow the bylaws.
And secondly, the folks that did apply are also qualified to fill other parts of the.
And it could be a conflict of interest. You have Dr. Byrne here, and he did not apply for a medical profession. He applied to be a community member. Maybe there's a conflict of interest with his profession. You don't have the right to put people where they didn't apply for. He asked to be a community member, and you just because he's an MD, you're putting him in the medical field. It could be a conflict with his job. That's why adults, have a right to apply for positions that they want to be in, not when you make a decision for them.
Mr. Byrne is not currently who we're discussing.
Well, we're talking about.
Well, he's coming up.
Yes. So I'd like to close the
Well, I have a
discussion
question
on,
about this applicant. Or actually not a question, it's a statement. So we're replacing someone who has extensive healthcare experience that's well-rounded with someone who's a chiropractor. And I want to name that's very like drastically different than what we're considering here. And so in this case, this person is not even as qualified as the person we have currently sitting in the seat.
Exactly.
any further discussion? I'd like to call the motion to vote.
Oh, Lord, oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Unexpired.
Thank you. Everything you've done for us. It'll change. I'm sorry, Ms. Trudy, who you're waiting for? Oh.
We have to change and then vote again. Because it's not written.
So did you change it, Ms. Trudy, or are we voting a second time? I see. I move to appoint Denise Hilty to an unexpired health professional term ending in July 2025.
I move to amend a motion.
Second.
I move to amend the motion to add Dr. Bonnie Cleveland in for the unexpired term ending in July 2025.
Second.
No, he's already moved and I already seconded.
Move to amend the motion made.
Voted amend, yeah, we have to vote on the motion first.
Vote on the amendment first.
I would ask my board members to request, permission to speak, but the motion is to amend, which is one we will vote on first, which would be to appoint Bonnie Cleveland over Denise Hilty. Yeah. Dr. Bonnie Cleveland. So we'll vote on that motion first.
We just voted to remove her and now we're voting to put her back on?
That's like that.
That's the motion. Motion.
Ms. Roberson.
This next board meeting, I know y'all try to over resolve. I know that. I can't wait for that board. Boy, I can't wait for that board. Oh, yeah. I'm begging.
The motion didn't pass. On to the original motion, which is to appoint Denise Hilty to the unexpired.
I make a motion to amend the motion, the current motion to be for Dr. Thaddeus John Bell to fulfill the July 25th, the
Second.
Dr. Thaddeus John Bell.
I second.
My third.
I have one question. Do we have to get, oh, sorry.
On this, since there's been a second, there'll be debate. On this motion or this individual you've asked to, did they apply?
Say it again.
Did they apply?
I don't know. Did they apply, Mr. Kelly?
Mr. Kelly?
I don't know who that is. I don't have a name of
Okay.
that person.
He just, was, again. They don't have to apply.
Yeah, he just, no, but Mr. Kelly just said state law says you don't have to apply. Now, we cannot keep going back and forth. The bylaws, we use it, then we don't use it. State law says one thing, we use it and we don't use it. Which is it going to be?
And we serve
He just said
To-
that.
Mr. Chair, just bring other people that didn't apply. That's not
He
fair.
said, but he said the state law. He said the state law that you didn't have to apply.
Fair.
The chair recognizes Ms. McKinney.
I just have one question. Do we have to get the person's permission before we vote on them?
Well, you want to find out if the state law says that? Or are you just asking?
No, I'm asking, is that a parliamentary procedure with a nominee?
Can always, he can, if he.
I don't
gets
think
vote-
that's a parliamentarian question.
He gets vote.
It's not in the bylaws.
Go with it.
Yep.
Got a lot of doctors. Yeah.
You have to put the motion up for vote.
Who's that?
No, passes.
And the motion passes. Moving on to item number 7. Mr. Kelly,
I move to remove Catherine Kaiser from an unexpired healthcare term ending in July 2025.
is there a second? Any discussion?
Oh, you already know my question. Will you answer it, please?
Hearing none, we'll go to the vote.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And we talk about hostile work environment again.
Please. And the motion passes.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Byrne to an unexpired health professional term ending in July 2025.
I
Is there-
second.
Question.
Any discussion? The chair recognizes Ms. Robertson.
Mr. Kelly, what position did Dr. Burns apply for?
You have this same information.
So he applied for a community member. Why are we putting him in a position that he did not apply for?
That question's also been asked and answered. You have the same information I do.
What's the answer?
No, but you contacted him.
His resume is outstanding.
And he applied to be a community member. He did not apply for the health profession. He applied to be a community member.
Chair, I'd like to be recognized if
Ms. Waters, the chair recognizes Ms. Waters.
I think the reason that that's relevant is that while we actually support Mr. Ryan Byrne, he could go on as a community member and there wouldn't have been a need to remove Ms. Kaiser. And that's the
Exactly.
point, excuse me, Dr. Kaiser, that's the point that we're making.
Point is noted. Any further discussion? Then I would like to move the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Byrne to the committee. Dr. Temple, are you there?
Yes, I just voted. It's been a little delayed.
And the motion passes.
I move to remove Penn Dusher from an unexpired student body president term ending in July 2024.
A second.
I'd like to file a motion to amend. I would like to file a motion to amend. I'd like to amend to appoint Ms. Penn Dosher to the unfilled student position.
That one was expired. Well, the person graduated from that.
Right. You're allowed to.
Well, she was asking for clarification.
Right.
It's truly, the student graduated, it wasn't in the.
Yeah, it's
For the amendment.
the student graduated.
Right now. Yes. And I would like to wait for Mr. Calhoun to come back to vote.
Please.
The motion was to remove. Why is a second motion? It was made and seconded. Why is a second motion now being voted on first?
It was a motion. I made an amendment to appoint her to the position.
How are you going to appoint someone who's
No,
already
please.
on the board?
Penn's pronouns, are they, them, or he, him?
They.
It's fine.
But this is a position.
She gets removed because she gets taken.
They.
It's my understanding that she gets they get removed from the position and fill an open position through the amendment.
So what is your motion?
The motion is to appoint Penn Dusher to this thank you, to the student position term ending July 2024. Which is open.
Which is open.
And that would leave how many students on the committee?
2.
Penn and who?
We have the student president, which is part of the slate.
Jackson Darby.
Exactly.
Right.
Well,
Which would be
We would have
part
to-
of the reason we would have.
we have to change the slate because the slate is currently showing Mr. Interante
As the student president.
as the second student.
Right, but as the student president.
Mr. Interante is not the student body president. He's an attendant at Wando High School, but he's not the president. State law does stipulate
That we have a student body.
that one of the students be a student body president.
Yes, and that's Jackson Darby.
So why are we removing Penn?
That's correct.
Mr. Grabowski,
If we
Mr.
make
Grabowski, it's Anita right here, right here. If I may, Mr. Kelly's motion was to remove Penn. I think if you vote on the motion and you choose to vote no, then Penn would stay if that's the will of the majority of the board, one. Two, Jack Darby is the student body president. It appears that Emma Benton graduated last year and her seat needs to be filled. You could make, if it's the will of the board and Penn remains in the seat, then Jack Darby could be recommended as the student body president. So I'm certainly no parliamentarian, but if the motion on the floor by Mr. Kelly and seconded, if you want to vote on that, then pending the outcome of that vote, then you can decide what to do with the student Emma Benton who's graduated.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Huggins.
Happy to help, sir.
I withdraw my motion to amend. Right. Right.
What is the current motion on the floor?
Yeah.
The current motion on the floor is to remove Penn Duker
Penn
from
Duker.
from the committee. And put it up for vote.
And no, the only one who responded to me was Ed Kelly, and he said.
I responded to you.
To say
Sorry.
that you had said it in public, and I said, I didn't expect to watch the news. I
Ma'am,
wanted to
the
know."
motion's on the floor.
I expressed my sympathy for the disappointment.
The motion's on. If the public needs to understand that the motion on the floor is to remove the individual from the committee. If the motion fails, the person's still on the committee.
I'd like to know why this is coming up.
Ma'am, just let us vote. And the motion fails, Miss and they still on the committee. Mr. Kelly, on to number 9. I mean, on to number 10.
I think number 10 is no longer needed.
Okay.
I have a question.
Wait a minute, we gotta have a student body president.
If Penn Dosher is not a student body president, how can they hold that position?
I got it covered here for you if you're willing. So I move that we approve the following slate to fill positions. Denise Magalan for clergy, term expiring July 26. Christiana Braun for teacher, term expiring 2025. Mary Kate Rump, teacher, expiring July 2024. Jackson Darby, a student, body president, expiring July 26. Amy Black, community member, term expiring July 26. And Patricia White, community member, term expiring July 24.
I'll second it.
I have a question, Mr. Grabowski.
The chair recognizes Ms. Waters.
I have a question about Mr. Darby, not based on any of his merits, but now we would have both students coming from Lucy Beckham, number one. Isn't he the student body president at Lucy Beckham? And Penn also attends Lucy Beckham. Can we not ask a student body president from another school in another area to be the person on the council? And I don't know this for sure, but I did hear that Mr. Darby actually was unaware that the committee existed. So it wouldn't seem like it would be an egregious action to take.
So,
Mr. Kelly.
We did reach out to every school, every high school in the county, and asked them to engage specifically with their student body presidents and ask each one individually to apply. And as far as I recall, double check. Yeah, Mr. Darby was the only other option outside of Luke Interante, who is at Wando, but not a student body president.
So let me ask this, because now this is a separate issue, not with Mr. Kelly. I have an issue with the way we engage and, how much time did we give people to ask? Do we know these conversations actually happen? I would venture to say we table this one candidate so that we can do a survey and a thorough assessment of whether another student body president from another one of the constituent areas would apply. And just with the rest of my moment, it looks like Ms. Cutt has something on that.
So when we reached back out in September, we sent this through guidance to all high schools. And I had 5 who reached out originally and said they were interested. And so each student body president that reached out to me, I said, please submit a resume and interest letter like all other applicants. Did not get anything from anybody, sent a follow-up email and gave them the deadline of November 3rd. And Jackson was the only one that sent the resume back in. And I asked the others if you're still interested or not, let me know. And the others were no longer interested.
Okay.
We tried really
No,
hard.
that's fair enough if you did.
So, Mr. Kelly, what I'd like is to make the one motion for all 6.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
And I have a
You
question.
seconded it, Keith.
And
Do we have a question?
the chair recognizes Mrs. Robertson.
Okay, so Mr. Kelly is going to put this slate up. If there's someone on this slate that I don't want to vote for, but I want to nominate someone, where do I do that?
It would be a motion to amend the slate.
Yep.
Do I do that now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I make a motion to amend the slate. I would like to nominate Reverend Dr. Byron Benton for the clergy. Term expires July 2026.
Second.
Reverend Dr. Byron Benton for the position of clergy.
Clergy's already filled, isn't it? Oh, no, there's one.
No. we
Yeah,
have one.
I have one thing to say about that. You're asking to remove a Hispanic. We have no representation.
I thought we would have one. Did one of them get, not make it to the vote?
The chair recognizes Ms. Watley.
Not only that, her application was in months ago. I don't think it's fair to just bump her. She did not apply.
That's
The
fair
person
enough.
they're suggesting did not apply, and this person did apply.
Any further discussions?
Yes, it was not fair to remove Reverend Long. It was not fair to remove Bonnie Cleveland. We cannot pick and choose when things are fair. I nominate Reverend Dr. Byron Benton for the clergy position.
Any further?
Yes,
Chair
how-
recognizes Ms. Bailey.
How would you go about taking off the only bilingual Hispanic representation on this whole slate?
So that's
Same
the
way
point
you
that I
went
just
about
made.
taking off.
Same way you took off a rabbi and a medical person.
Dr. Temple, I'll recognize you. You've been quiet.
I'm just saying, I'm sorry. But the same way that we took off a rabbi and other positions, Miss Bailey, it doesn't matter. We weren't selecting people by their ethnic backgrounds, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, you can't have it always, both ways.
Really?
The
Actually,
chair recognizes Ms. Waters.
I don't think that we can consider ethnicity alone. I think that that's actually against,
You just did that twice.
I actually have not.
I just did that
First
twice.
of all, I haven't nominated anyone. Second of all,
Ms.
what we
Bailey.
have to consider are the qualifications of the people first and foremost. We actually cannot consider any sort of classified status as the first reason.
God. That is
Ms.
the
Ms.
epitome
Bailey,
of- that is the epitome of racism. Are you crazy? Wow.
let's keep it civil.
Hypocrisy, hypocrisy.
Please,
Hypocrisy.
please.
What part
Maybe
was
Miss
racist?
Bailey needs to.
What part was racist?
The board recognizes Mr. Calhoun.
Yeah, I would just
Chair.
like to understand, knowing how what racism is, what part was actually racist?
That part.
You just said that you just replaced two Black people on this board, and then you're gonna take the only Hispanic person off? Wow.
What?
The only Hispanic person on this slate. Wow.
I think we need to stick with.
Isn't that your
qualifications,
minister?
And I agree with Ms. Waters, authenticity shouldn't have anything to do with it. So I think we need to just vote.
You said it.
Oh, right here.
Oh, Lord. Oh, you gotta have a.
So what we need to do is first vote on the amended motion. Right, that's correct.
Mm.
Mr. Grabowski, also, there is another Latinx person who's in this panel, who's on the board, just for clarification. She was not the only.
Miss Trudy, this motion's incorrect. It's the student is not Luke Interante. The student should be Jackson Darby.
So.
Thank you.
So vote.
Yeah.
Dr. Temple, could you please vote?
Did you change it so the student is
Yes,
correct?
it is changed. It is changed.
It is? Okay. I just voted yay.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question, just for clarification? Because the subject has come up several times among the committee members or board members as to whether or not an application is required for a position on this committee. The bylaws seem to say that you have to apply or submit a letter of interest.
Yeah, but Mr.
To be considered.
But we don't follow the bylaws all the time.
Well, that's certainly the board's prerogative. You have control over whether or not you follow the bylaws, But if this becomes an issue, you should be aware of that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, okay.
Do we have all the votes? The motion doesn't pass. So back onto the original motion, the original slate. I'd like to bring it up for vote.
The original slate, but not Luke.
The original motion.
The original motion. Thank you.
Are we all confused yet?
Nope.
Mm. I'm sure.
And the motion passes.
And Mr. Grabowski, in light of the input from our general counsel, I move to rescind the vote that was for item 6 with Dr. Thaddeus Bell.
A second.
Whenever you open up, I have a comment. I have a comment.
I open it up for discussion. Oh, the chair recognizes Ms. Waters.
Yes, so the question that I have, because it was stated that, state law doesn't require an application or a category, that was the response before to folks being out of category. If we're gonna go and rescind this one based on the lack of application, we need to also rescind the ones that are in the wrong category. If we're going to apply the rules, we need to apply the rules fully.
And I have something to say as well. I would like legal counsel to weigh in, not just when Ms. Huggins asks you to, but to weigh in on all bylaws questions. You didn't have answers before, but you have an answer this time. It cannot be when we cannot pick and choose from legal counsel. You need to give us information at all times.
Yes, ma'am. The question asked of me earlier, to which I was unable to answer, was whether or not there was some illegality. I had not had a chance to review those matters to determine whether or not I could advise the board on whether or not some illegality existed. As to the bylaws, as to this question on the floor at the moment, or the issue, the bylaws are fairly clear, at least as I read them, that a person or an interested person has to apply or submit a letter of interest. And so I was doing what I thought was appropriate to make sure the board was aware of that. Now, of course, the board has the, you have the authority, if you will, to not follow your bylaws. That's not something I would recommend, but you could. But if you have bylaws, the idea is that they are for a reason and should be followed. And that should be across the board, not just this particular issue.
Correct, Ms. Johnson. And the bylaws stated that we had 5 open positions, but yet we dismantled the whole committee and you didn't weigh in on that.
That was not a question of whether or not you were following the bylaws. That was a question of whether or not the board was going to adhere to what it had itself decided to do. As I understand it, the board went forward with proceeding with something that at least a portion of the board thinks it was not supposed to do.
But what's your thought on the fact that it said that the applications would go for vacant positions? And many of these were positions that were not vacant. So how are we following the bylaws before when the bylaws state that we submit applications for vacant positions?
I will just say to you, the bylaws should be followed. Whatever they say, the bylaws should be followed.
So it sounds like we need to redo actually most of this, because again, we had applications put in for other categories that were already full and we moved them around at our discretion. We also filled categories that were not vacant. Those things are not allowable per the bylaw. So if we're going to rescind the one, we have to rescind all.
Mr. Grabowski.
I would counter with that, Ms. Waters, that there's nothing in the bylaws that says that we can't move the positions into once we receive the applications. The bylaws say that we have to receive the applications and then fill the spots. And so,
it also
Mr.
doesn't
Kelly
say that
went
we
and filled the
can.
spot.
But
I have to agree with learned counsel. Once again, the board can't do whatever they want, even though we should be following the bylaws.
Mr. Grabowski.
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
I also want to clarify the vote prior to each appointment vacated a seat. So we were in fact filling an empty seat as is described by the bylaws.
Ms. Cleveland's seat was not empty.
Ms. Cleveland's seat was empty when we took the vote on item 6.
When you didn't follow the bylaws.
It does follow the bylaws by being at the pleasure of the board. So the board voted in a majority to remove.
So there's a motion on the floor, Mr. Grabowski.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote on the motion.
I don't have, oh, there it is.
Wait, what is the motion? Yeah.
So wait a minute. So we are following the bylaws for this and not state law?
And we we're doing this. We're not following bylaws that we had 5 open positions and that people who are in positions of unexpired terms that we haven't given them due process. How are we following the bylaws?
Dr. Temple, the debate's closed. Please vote. And the motion fails. Moving on to item 10, the acting superintendent's report. Ms. Huggins.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Grabowski. Hey, we can go ahead and slide. Let me keep going.
Thing is. I'm just saying.
We're not in recess either, so. Excuse me, Ms. Huggins, before you begin,
Yes, sir, Mr. Calhoun.
Yeah, before you, begin your presentation, I would. Hold on.
Yes.
I would like to put up a motion to postpone the rest of this meeting for 48 hours.
I second.
Zoom. Mhm.
Does that impede any finances? I would like to ask if that impedes any financial decisions that would need to be made before then.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, Mr. Grabowski, Ms. McKinney. Staff would recommend a vote on item 12D, purchases and contracts greater than $250,000. Outside of that, all other information could be deferred. Yes, sir.
I'm absolutely fine with that. So I say we go ahead to take up would that be 12D at this moment? And then we postpone the rest of the meeting for 48 hours for a special call meeting. I mean, this is just not fair to staff. It's not fair to public.
Dr. Temple, what are your travel plans?
I will not be back in the States until late Friday.
Mr. Kelly, you were out. Mr. Calhoun has filed a motion to postpone with the exception of item
12D,
12D,
48 hours.
48 hours to.
Can we accept a friendly amendment to 72 hours? To at least Monday, whatever that date is.
Next week, the district is closed, correct? Yeah.
To continue the meeting.
You said office is open?
Our offices are
It's just
open.
it's open
Many of
for
our
discussion.
staff will be remote, Mr. Calhoun, but offices are open on Monday. School.
Excuse me.
He'll be traveling at that point. That's why I said 48 hours. Yeah. Yeah. And I think
we should ask operations, make sure nothing's gonna get impacted from Jeff's schedule.
We did. That's why it's 5D.
12D.
Mr. Calhoun, I'd certainly also be willing to defer if you all wanted to try to do this tonight. I certainly can defer anything in the superintendent's report to the next meeting. If you all wanted to take up the D4 elementary school and the
audit and finance items, since most of them you'll be sharing and they've already been presented. And I mean, we could also defer policies if that's the will of the board to December. If you wanted to, again, look at 11B for tonight, audit and finance, since most of those things are information, I think there are 5 action. Then we could defer superintendent, policy.
And Ms. Watley, you were out. There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Calhoun to postpone the meeting for 48 hours.
That means I interrupt my business,
Just
my
saying that's what the
livelihood.
motion is.
Gotcha. No.
So what we're doing is we're just,
Now, Ms. Huggins, she put another suggestion to actually defer to December.
Board meeting.
yeah, it is a double board meeting.
I mean, but something's got to be on the agenda. I think she's just got to consider whether or not there were already too many things.
Mhm.
I could certainly take time off. Again, the acting superintendent's report, we can just defer that to later. I think Mr. Baroi's team needs an answer on 11A. Most of the audit finance is information. I'm sure some of you watched that meeting. We could defer the policies to December. I don't know that there's anything else pending for policies in December at this time. And then there's the one consent item. So if you wanted to stick it out and try to go through the audit and finance information.
Ms. Huggins,
we
on the
could.
consent item, will we approve that at the adoption of the agenda?
Yes, yes, ma'am, you did.
Would there be any impact, Ms. Huggins, on the test and administration, the assessment policy? Will that impact any testing going on next month?
We think that'll be just fine, Mr. Kelly.
So Ms. Huggins, when are we looking at deferring?
So we would defer the superintendent's report and the policies. So primarily the rest of your time as trustees tonight would be spent making a decision about the D4 elementary and primary school, which is somewhat time sensitive for Mr. Baroi. And then items 12A through N, I think 5 of which are action, if I recall correctly, from audit and finance. Most of them are coming to you as information.
I agree. I think we would just do the 5 action items because we've already discussed the information items.
Yeah, yes, sir. That's certainly, if that's the will of the board, you and Mr. Calhoun could give an overview to trustees. But again, we serve at your will, so
Yeah,
we'll
we need to just
we'll
push
make
through.
adjustments however needed.
So,
Board
my
Chair
question,
Ms. McKinney.
So my question is, if we take up the action items that are needed, will the meeting need to be deferred, or we handle those action items tonight?
We'd be handling those action items tonight.
So there
We just
would
push
be
through
no
real
need
quick.
for a deferral of
That's correct. There'd be
48.
no reason to defer.
But since the motion is on the floor.
okay,
motion.
so I'm sorry, let me make sure I'm clear. So we're going to handle all action items tonight and then defer information items.
No,
So what's going to happen with the information items?
we would take the position, the information items were already presented and discussed at Cal and at Audit and Finance.
Okay. Just want to make sure I was clear.
It wasn't that.
It's true, that is the issue. Ms. Robertson has brought up a good point. I mean, Audit and Finance was after Cal.
That's correct. She's spot on. So if you needed to discuss information items, which you typically do, at least via summary, either you or Mr. Calhoun, you could either
Read it or watch it.
share those aloud as information items, or as you could defer them to December.
And I think Mr. Calhoun and I can go through them pretty quickly on what was important, what wasn't important. And I think what's more important is to get to the action items, and then we need to move on.
I just have a question. Why are, so if they named which ones are time sensitive, what is the concern with not pushing them if they're not actually time sensitive?
They are.
Only D and the D4, the D4 and the contracts greater than 250,000 are what I heard.
So that was, the time sensitive question was related to waiting 48 to 72 hours. And that was the answer for the 250,000 list. And the D4 school. If we wait till next month,
Then it's different.
then really
Okay.
all of the action items really need to be pushed forward if we don't have that
Right.
meeting in 48 to 72 hours.
Okay, makes sense.
I think we push through. Do we need to vote on the motion, or do you?
I'll take whatever amendment y'all just put forward, just do the action items now.
Okay. Let's do the action items. Do
We have
we
to
need to
vote on
take a
that?
vote? I think we better take a vote. Does anyone object to the amendment as proposed?
So what exactly are we agreeing to or disagreeing on?
We're agreeing to push through on the action items
So we're gonna handle the action items tonight.
tonight,
Okay.
correct? And there wouldn't be a need for a follow-up meeting.
The motion is not to defer. The motion is not to defer at 48 hours. So that was withdrawn.
It's withdrawn.
So are you now making a motion to amend the agenda? That would be the proper procedural thing to do,
I think so.
And
Yeah,
takes
that would be the proper procedural.
as it takes a 2/3.
Thank you. Yeah, unanimous consent.
Right, I'm just trying to get the
The
procedural.
proper
right.
direct,
Yeah.
it would be to amend the current agenda to act on all action items outstanding.
And I second that motion.
Dr. Campbell, did you have any questions?
I'm good.
It's unanimous. You just need to move forward. So we'll move on to item 11A.
Move to approve.
A second.
All in favor, vote aye.
Can I just quick clarity? This is
Anyone against?
option 5 we're talking about, right? We're going with option, you said you moved to approve, you moved to approve option 5? Yeah, okay. Aye.
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 Oh, no. Wait a minute. There we go. Miss Trudy, you're doing a great job.
The motion passes. Yeah. So we're on to item 11A.
12A, I
12A.
move to approve the reallocation as attached.
Second.
All in favor? Or you put up a vote?
I'm doing a voice vote. Aye.
Twelve A.
That's right, Trudy. You're right. I did. We just agreed on something. Come on.
That we want to.
That's a big deal. Mr. Calhoun voice voted yay. Did you not catch that?
He did. Mr. Calhoun voted yea.
Yes, I said yeah.
And the motion passes. On to item 12B, donations of the facility for Lucy Beckham High School.
I move to approve the donation of the athletic field for Lucy Beckham High School.
I second.
And if I may,
Any discussion?
if I may, I think turning down what is equivalent of a $3 or $4 million gift to the district is an unwise move. So I think this is a slam dunk if this can be built, benefit our schools, and not cost the district anything.
But will cost the district something. Well, ultimately, it will cost the district something after year 3 in operation funds.
You're correct, Dr. Deb. I meant in the construction phase. Yeah.
And Mr. Brewery, if you would share with the public what this looks like and what it would look like for the entire district.
Yes, ma'am. So we would need to take a hard look at all of the amenities of this facility. And we have begun to do that to confirm that our other schools across the district have similar facilities. And that's something that we've just recently done in the last board item they all approved on. It was a gap analysis for athletics. So I handed out a sheet earlier that our initial assessment of replicating the barn at other high schools would result in an upfront cost of capital close to $22 million, and about $400,000 in O&M cost, annual costs. We would need to take a closer look at that to see exactly what those schools needed, because there are instances where other schools do have comparable space as being proposed by the barn at Lucy Beckham. So we want to make sure that it does equate across the district. That could potentially be funded down the road with phase 5 sales tax funds. We want to hold off on pursuing any additional funds at this time until we really have a good assessment of the revenues coming in. This is our first year of the sales tax program, but realistically, there's a strong possibility that the funds could be provided for the other high schools at some level to replicate this barn that is being proposed at Beckham.
May I ask a clarifying question to that?
Board recognized Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Brewer, you said replicate what's being proposed at Beckham. Why is there there seems to be an implication there that if a barn is donated to one school, we have to build a barn or something like it at every school? Is that what you're implying?
So I'm implying we would want to have comparable, similar assets at all of our high schools to provide that same opportunity to all students. Again, we have to take a look at the enrollment at those schools, the other facilities that they have at those schools. But I would foresee the need to pursue that in some form or fashion.
Yeah, it's called equity.
Right.
It's called equity.
Well,
We have to name a thing. So we appreciate that one school has the capability to fundraise. We appreciate that, and we don't want to not support that. But we also have to look at other schools who don't have the capacity to do that. And if they would wish to have such a facility, will the district be able to support that? So that's why, as a governing board, it is our responsibility to anticipate that this could possibly come up as a question.
Any further?
Yeah, question. Mr. Brewer, how long will it take for you to finish your analysis?
I think it would take us to do the due diligence, because we do have to take a look at every type of space within that barn. You know, they've got the wrestling area, they've got the weight room, they've got the cardio, they've got a space for teachers to use, workout space, they've got restrooms. We need to take a look at each of the schools to that level of detail. Our gap analysis didn't include weight rooms, wrestling rooms at this point. So it's just another step in that process. I think that could be done in the next several months to determine what the needs would be. I would defer to finance on when we could bring that back to the board, but at least I think we need to at least wait until mid part of next year to see how the sales tax program moves into that second year before we would bring a funding request in.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Ms. Carlin, I failed to ask you at the Audit and Finance, but where do the financial team stand with this project?
About adding this to the other schools?
About starting this project, and then also where we look at we're adding to the other schools as well.
We would have to speak with our financial advisors, PFM group, about extending debt out. I'm not sure that we would be able to pay this off by 2032. And we may also have to look at increasing debt service millage. There's a lot of options we would have to look at to see how we could fund this if that was the direction that we headed.
Ms. Robertson.
Ms. Baroy, another question. Our vote tonight of yes, what does that obligate us to? Does it obligate us to let Lucy Beacon start fundraising? Does it obligate us to fundraising? And yes, we are going to support this program, this project.
So it does provide permission, if voted on according to what was recommended, it would give Lucy Beckham the opportunity to do that fundraising for the facility. It doesn't, because we don't have the funding analysis complete at this point. It does not obligate the district to replicate the facility, but from a staff perspective, I intend to analyze that to see what space is needed to make things the same based on the student enrollment. And I would be obligated, I would bring that back to the board for review.
And my final question, promise. In doing this for Lucy Beckham, would this impact our other priorities that we have already in place?
No, it would not. We have taken a look at the site conditions at Lucy Beckham, and there is space available there for the facility. And so there is no impact. There's no impact to our completion of other projects since it is fully funded. It would be fully funded by those donations.
Okay, for 3 years.
3 years, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Mr. Kelly?
Yes, two things. One, to the point that was made about equity. I don't. It is foolishness to turn down what is paramount to a gift at one school because another school cannot be funded to replicate that gift. The position would make more sense to me if it were to, if we were discussing divvying up funds that the district were to spend. From that perspective, school A should, with the proper formulas in regard to enrollment, school A and school B should get the same funding. However, to suggest, as I think is being done, that we would consider turning down a gift because we can't also fund that same gift to other schools, to me is absolute, it's hogwash. Yeah, the other, I had a conversation with Anna, what is her name? Mrs. Dassing, the principal out at Lucy Beckham as well. And we have all discussed the excessive overcrowding that is going on at Lucy Beckham, and with the literal free gift that this could represent, that allows us to create, Mr. Broey, correct me, is it 70 seats in 2 or 3 different classrooms where the current gym and workout space would be converted for 35 cents or so, like very little money to a couple of classrooms. So it not only makes total sense not to turn it down, but also it helps with the overcrowding problem that Lucy Beckham is facing.
Ms. Waters?
Thank you. One, I'm not sure that my colleague or any of us were suggesting that we turned it down. I think that the suggestion rather is that we need to, this is a public education system. What do we say to students in our schools when they ask the question, why does Lucy Beckham have such a nice facility, or teachers at other schools? Why does Lucy Beckham get facilities for teacher wellness, et cetera? And what do we say to them? Your constituencies could not fundraise the money, so you don't get it. So we're not suggesting that we turn the money down, but that we be prepared to offer the same services in other places at the cost of the district, because this is a public education system. So I just want to clarify, nobody is against Lucy Beckham, but we do have to be very careful about the message that we're sending to all other students in all of these other constituent districts where there would not be this sort of support, millions of dollars for an athletic facility.
Ms. Wiley?
I mean, maybe I just need some clarity. Are we talking about, will they have something and we don't envy?
As I see it, is if we move forward with this, we're just moving forward with a model that is a very unique model, has never been tried before. And then what you're asking to do is to do a study based upon what this model will create and how we may need in the future to fund whether this model works in other districts, which it may, like in North Charleston, we may be able to work this model if this one works. But I can see definitely in the outer islands, it may be a little more difficult, but it's really, we're just looking for future projects. This is not, right now, we're just trying to see if this model is going to work, because it's really not committing us to anything at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And let me just say, did you recognize me?
Yes. Ms. Robertson.
Ms. Dancing, I hope that didn't come off as if we were not supporting it. When your football coach spoke, he said, let you lead the way and be the model. And so we're just asking questions, informed questions, so that once you lead the way, we'll have information to have an intellectual conversation to other schools that may not have the same support. So I hope that did not, to you, appear to be that we are not in support of your program, your project.
Any further questions? Any further questions?
I was just going to say that I like Mr. Browy's approach to also looking at other schools, because we do want to have all of our students have access to these athletic facilities. And we know that as our population grows, there's some 50 people that are moving to Charleston on a daily basis. Our schools are going to have facility needs. So I really like the idea that we are looking to support our other schools that, what may not have an opportunity to fundraise or have, benefactors, because we do want to support all of our teachers and students with the quality education that we know they deserve. So thank you, Mr. Browy, for pursuing that study.
Any further comments? So the question for the board is the motion to approve the donation of the athletic facility for Lucy Beckham High School. Do I hear a motion?
I so move. And, oh, wait a minute. He moved and I seconded.
Bring it to a vote, please. Mr. Calhoun, are you there? Mr. Calhoun? Mr. Calhoun, you're on mute.
Yes.
Thank you. You said yes. Yeah. And the motion passes. On to item 12C, which is the motion to approve 2 additional Citizens Oversight Steering Committee's members. This was discussed pretty thoroughly by the committee representatives as to their needs. So I highly recommend it. I think staff even complied with it, recommended it.
Make a motion. I move to approve the 2 additional members to the Citizens Oversight Steering Committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Bring it to vote, please.
Yes.
Time is that? 2:14.
The motion passes. On to item 12D, the motion to approve the list of purchases and contracts greater than 250,000 through October 25th, 2023. Are there any? Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Any questions about the list? Hearing none, we'll move to vote, please.
Yes.
The motion passes. On to item 12E. The question for the board is the motion to approve the updated committee charter, Audit and Finance Committee charter. Have a motion?
So move.
I'll second. Any discussion?
I would just like to.
I have a question.
Ms. Watley.
So I'm reading here, right, where it says to include, oh, okay, never mind. It says include a minimum of 2 board members and at least 1 individual with information technology expertise. Because we just appointed 3 board members. But
Yes, and we have up to 9
I just answered my own question.
Mr. Calhoun, do you have any questions, comments?
I would just like to thank every single member of the committee for having a voice in on this charter. And this should be a way that we should all move forward with every committee that we have, to have everybody on the committee read line by line and giving their input and suggestions on bylaws or charters.
And I truly appreciate the hard work that Mr. Calhoun did, and reading that line by line by line after reading it 12 times, we still found but anyway, it's a good job and it's a good model. And I hope that we definitely look at it and consider it for, other committees. Any further discussions? Hearing none, I'd like to put it to vote.
Yes.
Right. And I think I'll just, I'm sorry. And the motion passes. The rest of the items on the audit and finance agenda were information reports. And Mr. Calhoun, I'm going to briefly go through it and you can step in at any time if you feel that I miss anything. But the procurement agreed upon procedures and audit results, we're going to have a full report by the auditors in December. So I think we can wait for that on the preliminaries, because it really was just a preliminary overview, and you can go to your board docs and look at their PowerPoint presentations. And the annual utilized property and report. I mean, most of this stuff was pretty much, we were moving along. I did feel very confident at the audit and finance on the ESSER update, the work Mr. Kennedy and staff were doing, and we're hoping to be getting a more detailed reports, as Ms. Huggins also noted, in December on, the ESSER itemizations. And once again, you can look at the documents that Mrs. Carlin and her staff did. So it's actually very good. And with that, Mr. Calhoun, do you think there's anything else that needs to be discussed regarding or highlights on the?
Not at this moment.
I do want to put out one, and I'm sorry to say the negative side, but on the sales tax issues, we did see a drop in sales tax on our projections. However, I just know from other organizations that we've seen quite a rebound, and this was all directly related to a very bad August experienced by the state. But September right now, the preliminaries are showing very good. So I'm expecting in December that Ms. Carlin will be coming back with a glowing review.
Give me a couple more months than that. Please.
I'm pulling for you. With that being said, where are we on to?
May I mention one thing on the
Sure.
budget proposal calendar? I wanted to make sure the board members saw the proposed budget workshops that are coming up, which are at the committee of the whole meetings, and I'll get with the board chair and try to get those scheduled sooner than later. Thank you.
So
Shall we read those dates out? Would you like me to, or you?
Oh, I could do it. Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am. So the first proposed budget workshop is February 12th. The next one is March 11th. The third one is April 15th. And we, if needed, we have a fourth one, which is May 13th. And those are all of the upcoming committee of the whole meetings. Thank you.
Excellent. So we would be on to item 15A, the upcoming meetings. Information.
Mr. Grabowski, the agenda was voted to be amended to include all action items, which should also include 13A and B.
I'm sorry. I apologize. So we need to move on to item 13A. Thank you. 13A, the motion or the question before the board is a motion to approve the attached changes to policy ILB for the second reading. Do I hear a motion?
I so move.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll put it to vote. Mr. Calhoun, are you there?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Mike?
He's on Zoom.
Okay, he's muted.
It's Mr. Calhoun's the only one that's outstanding on the vote.
Oh,
Oh, and Dr. Temple.
Yes.
She said good night.
Mhm. It's 3:00 in the morning. Mhm.
And the motion passes. On to item 13B policy. The motion before the board, or the question before the board is motion to approve the amended policy to GEC, GCEC for second reading.
I so move.
A second.
And I'd like to make a comment, Mr. Grabowski.
The board is open,
Fair.
board, that's open for discussion. The motion is open for discussion. Mr. Kelly?
When this previously came up, there was a request made by, I believe it was Mr. Calhoun, but by someone on the board, to have this policy reviewed by legal. And I actually, I won't speak for Mr. Johnson, so I would ask the chair to recognize our general counsel.
Please, Mr. Johnson.
There was a request to review this potential policy change to determine whether or not it conflicted with or was in conflict with some other existing policy. I think I reviewed, I think it was BAA in connection with whether or not there was a conflict. There may have been a couple of others as well. But in reviewing those existing policies, I did not perceive or see any issue with respect to this proposed amended policy that will create a potential conflict or an actual conflict with the policy that was already in existence.
Ms. Waters.
Ms. Waters?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Brigman, in a previous, I think October 23rd, you identified that the interim process was a procedure. Would you consider the interim process a procedure? Okay. He said, yes, ma'am.
It's not been in policy before.
Right.
So it's been a procedure that we followed, yes.
Sure. So, Mr. Johnson, are you saying that a procedure is not the same thing as something administrative? I mean, and I'm truly asking.
Yeah. So let me be sure I understand what you're asking. Is a procedure the same thing as an actual policy?
Meaning if the board, what I'm actually asking is, because I was actually the one who made the request, and I think I put in writing to you that my issue is that we are asked to deal not with administrative things, not with administrative things, but with policy and with, strategy. And so is an interim process administrative or is it policy?
An interim process adopted by the board or put in place by the board seems to me to equate to a policy.
And so I guess I'm asking, does the act of approving interim hires, does that rise to the level of being a process or a policy?
The act of approving a particular hire or an interim hire?
Right.
I don't think that would be a policy. I think that would be a process.
Okay. So this piece around bringing to the board for permission, interims and, continually assessing, does that not seem like part of the process that HR would normally take?
It certainly could be, the argument could be made that that's part of the process. And I think what you're asking or what you're suggesting or implying is that there should be, I think, some restraint, if you will, or at least some consideration of how far or how much the board would like to indulge in actual process.
Yeah, and more importantly than me asking, our ethics policy requires that we intelligently discriminate between the two. So I'm asking, is what you put on this document your final say in intelligently discriminating between administration and policy?
Yes, it is not. My view is that there was no conflict or illegality in the proposed amended policy. I think it's a matter of how the board calibrates how much it wants to engage in process. Now, I think there's some philosophy attached to that. There's some point of view, and invariably in all sorts of situations where you have a governing board and then you have the people who carry out that policy, there's some interaction between the governing board and the people who carry out the policy. And you always have to be aware of how far the governing board should go with respect to carrying out the actual policy. And that's sort of a calibration that the board members, I think, themselves should make. It's a back and forth a little bit, but there is nothing necessarily or either actually illegal about the board providing some guidance or offering some effort at process.
It's okay. And my final question. So I appreciate that. Actually, I'm gonna repeat what I heard. Essentially, you're saying it's not clearly illegal,
Right.
but that there is basically just it's up to the discernment of the board.
Correct.
Okay.
That's
And so
exactly what I'm saying.
yes. So my question would be, you've sat on pretty, highly visible boards,
Fair
et
enough.
cetera, et cetera. Would you step over a CEO and ask that you be notified every time a vacancy is empty as to how they're going to staff it in the meantime?
If you're asking my personal opinion.
I am.
As a matter of practice, not often. It would depend obviously upon circumstances, but if there was some high level issue or high level position, then you might want to be aware, might want to have some foreknowledge of what's going on. You might want to be involved a little bit more than the everyday run of the mill, if you will, or routine issue. It's a matter of calibration and a matter of how the two entities interact, the people who actually carry out the policy and the people who make the policy. Again, it's not a matter necessarily of illegality, it's a matter of how they work together.
Sure. Yeah. So I'll stop there, but I will emphasize that what I heard from you is high level in certain situations. I also heard you say, Lord, the thought just left my head, but I think my point has been made that this is highly irregular. And if it's up to us to be intelligent in our discernment, I don't think that every interim that might potentially come into this district needs to be reviewed by the board.
Mr. Grabowski.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Johnson, would one of those situations where you as a senior level board member intervene on interim policies be one where interim hires were systemically abused in an organization?
If you ask the question in that manner, I think any board member or a board member would want to be aware of and will want to try to address something that is called systemic abuse.
Thank you.
Ms. Robertson.
Mrs. Brigman, not sure if I'm putting you on the spot or not, but would this help you in your day-to-day job for this to be a policy?
At this point in time, with having 60+ interims, it would help to have some parameters, to be quite honest.
But it can't be a procedure. You would need it to be a policy in order to be effective.
It would need to have, I guess, more teeth to it, if that's the way I would put it. So they're over 60 right now, so it would be helpful.
But how is that? And I'm not being, how is that going to help?
Well,
It's there.
It's parameters now around how long someone can be in an interim position, that a position should be posted, and someone in an interim position should not take the place of posting and going through a process. But it does, the way the policy is written, the proposed policy allows the superintendent to come forward to the board and say, I'm having difficulty filling this position, or the timing is off, or what have you, and just seek permission to continue the interim status.
But you could not do that without a policy. This could not be an administrative rule.
It could be an administrative rule, but again, going back to Mrs. Waters' question, for example, policy GCF, there's process in that policy of how you bring a principal forward, how you interview principals. So I guess, and Mr. Johnson may be the expert on this, but policies in lots of ways in the HR world have some of the processes written into them. So it could go either way. I think it's just truly a board decision.
But you're saying that this will help you.
The staff and HR were very, I use the word excited about this potential policy governing how the interims are handled. Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Bailey? Ms. McKinney? Ms. Waters?
Yes.
Ms.
Can
Waters?
can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going in and out. I have two questions. First, Mr. Brigman, where else across the state is there a policy akin to this?
Where else is there across the state? Is there a policy like this?
Are you aware of?
I'm not aware of. I'm not sure. I did not research other districts' policies on this. I will say that there are districts that do require all new hires to come before the board, teachers included.
Probably smaller.
Okay.
I'll go there.
So,
Ms.
yeah, that was
Calhoun,
my
you have a
next.
second question?
Yes, my next question is, we haven't heard from the superintendent on this. So Ms. Huggins, could you please speak to where you feel as if we should fall on this policy?
From my perspective, it will require a considerable amount of work, Mr. Calhoun, rather promptly. I think Mr. Brigman knows more about the policy than I do and is more familiar with it. But it will require a significant level of work, at least from my vantage point, starting with some chief level positions.
Any further questions? Ms. Waters?
I had a question. I do want to just say for the record, again, we can make this sound as great as we possibly can, but this is overreaching. And this is a board that has continued to get overly involved in what should not be at the level of the board. In the case of an emergency and that we have 60 interim positions, there could be some board action that says these must be resolved in the next 90 days. It does not have to go into policy because this is actually a unique situation. Whether or not the board can do this is a totally different matter than whether it is the course of action to take given the emergency that we have. This is a unique situation. It actually could require one single action, not a policy perpetually requiring us to be operating at this level.
Any further questions? Hearing none, I'd like to put the question to vote.
Nay.
And the motion passes. Do we have any? I think we're there. Any other action items I'm missing? Hearing none. Do we need to go to the consent agenda and it's all the way through? Good, great,
We
excellent.
did that at adoption.
So we'll just, for information purposes, the upcoming meetings are December 11th, 2023 is Committee of the Whole and board meetings to double up. On January 8th is Committee of the Whole. On January 9th, 2024 is Audit and Finance, and the January 22nd, 2024 board meeting. With that, no other matters. All stand up and we are adjourned.